Yosio, and welcome to the City of Tulsa's Native American Day celebration. This is our 5th annual celebration for Tulsa's Native American Day. Hi, I'm Cheryl Cohenauer, and I am chairman of the Greater Tulsa Indian Affairs Commission. And the commission, in conjunction with the City of Tulsa, puts on our Native American Day celebration on the second Monday of every October. We're excited to bring you a program today to celebrate our culture and heritage, and our theme this year is Rise to Resilience. The City of Tulsa is a very resilient city, and now I'd like to introduce the Mayor of Tulsa, G.T. Bynum, with a short message. Wado.
Hi, I'm G.T. Bynum, Mayor of the City of Tulsa, and I want to welcome you to the 2021 Native American Day here in our city. We started this event just a few years ago because we recognized that we needed to do a better job of honoring our Native American heritage and all the remarkable things that Native Americans are doing in Tulsa to this very day. One of those things that we recently decided to do was to rename the former Veterans Park at 21st and Boulder, because we wanted to have a park in this community that was truly focused on our Native American heritage. And so instead, moving forward, it will be known as Dreamkeepers Park. I really want to thank the team at the Greater Tulsa Area Indian Affairs Commission that not only is putting on this event today, but helped us in selecting that name as a name that could best reflect the diversity that our Native American culture brings here to Tulsa. And one of the cool things that I love about this park, in particular, as somebody who loves our history as a city, is it is located just a few steps away from the Council Oak Tree, where the Muskogee Nation founded our city almost 200 years ago at this point. Today, we have a great range of activities for people to participate in. There's going to be people all over our city who are celebrating Tulsa's Native American heritage. I'm so thankful that we serve as an intersection of 3 great tribes here in Tulsa. It's one of the things that makes Tulsa truly unique, and it gives us a great advantage over other cities when it comes to our economic growth and moving forward as the kind of city we want Tulsa to be. We at the City of Tulsa think that we have great partners in our tribal governments here, and I know you're going to hear from some of those leaders today as well. But I just want to thank everybody who's taking time out of your day to honor our Native American culture here in Tulsa, and I hope you enjoy all the events that we have planned for you today.
Thank you, Mayor Bynum. My name is Crystal Reyes, and I am the Chief Resilience Officer for the City of Tulsa, and I'd like to offer a land acknowledgement. I ask you to join me in acknowledging the Native American communities gathered virtually here today, their elders both past and present, as well as future generations. Oklahoma, formerly known as Indian Territory, is home to 39 federally recognized Native American tribes. The City of Tulsa is within the tribal boundaries of 3 of these tribes: the Cherokee Nation, Muskogee Creek Nation, and Osage Nation. The City of Tulsa also acknowledges that it was founded upon exclusions and erasures of indigenous peoples, and this acknowledgement demonstrates a commitment to dismantle the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism and to build a resilient city that honors all who live and have lived on this land.
It is indeed my honor to introduce at this time the members of the Greater Tulsa Area Indian Affairs Commission. Mr. Matt Roberts, the Education Chair; Cheryl Cohenauer, the Chairman; Dorcas Williams, the Cultural Chair; Pat Powell, Commissioner; Vanessa Adams Harris, the Vice Chair; Joe Deere, Commissioner; Susan Arkakita, Commissioner. We now take this moment and ask for a moment of silence as we remember those commissioners who have lost their lives, provided service, and for all of those who have lost their lives due to this invisible enemy, the COVID. It is at this time that Commissioner Pat Powell will read the proclamation in the City of Tulsa Native American Day.
Whereas the lands now known as the United States of America were occupied by indigenous people for thousands of years prior to the arrival of the first Europeans. The city of Tulsa recognized that this land was first inhabited by the Native Americans of this region, and whereas the city values the many contributions made to our community through shared knowledge, stewardship of the lands, technology, science, arts, and a deep cultural contribution that has substantially shaped the character of the city of Tulsa, and whereas Native Americans continue to shape and play a virtual role in the development of the local communities, the city, the state, and nation. And whereas the second Monday in October shall henceforth be known as the Native American Day in recognition of the Native American citizens. Now, therefore, I, G.T. Bynum, Mayor of the City of Tulsa, do hereby proclaim October 11th as the Native American Day in the City of Tulsa. Mado.
At this time, it is an honor and privilege to introduce to you the gentleman to my right. And I find it fitting that we are here inside a facility here at Tulsa Public Schools because this gentleman is one of the founders of the Indian Education Program here at Tulsa Public Schools, which started in 1973, a former TPS Indian Education Coordinator and a leader of our Native communities. Please welcome Mr. Archie Mason.
Thank you. My pleasure to present at this time an invocation. And among Indian country, many of our places around the Christian world, we start out with a prayer. It's my privilege to do so at this time. Ndatsi Wakanda, Jinki. Watsiko mi and Watsiko maka, Watakombra. Almighty Father God, we come this day and we say thank you again for the privileges of life that you have given each and every one of us. We ask that your blessings and your favor be upon our indigenous communities, upon this city of Tulsa, upon the world, Almighty Father God. Be with us as we continue throughout this event. Be with us as we continue throughout our movements around this globe. We ask for peace on this earth, Almighty Father. And as we take care of our Mother Earth, we need all of the help and the assistance of our fellow human beings to take care of her, to make sure that we have clean air, clean water, and a place to live for ourselves and our children and all of the people here on this earth. Thank you, Almighty Father God, for the creation that you have given us and for the blessings and the privileges that you have given us this day. In the name of your Son, Jesus, amen. It is my pleasure and my honor at this time to introduce a group of gentlemen, truly veterans and warriors, members of the Cherokee Nation Color Guard.
Color Guard, team 2. Prepare, come. Forward, come. Ready, halt. Right, face. Post, toes. Present arms. Order arms. Left face. Forward, hump. So left hump. Come have left hump. Ready, hump.
It's a pleasure to be a part of a day like this and to provide the music, from our indigenous peoples. And we have a very, very important group of people here with us today. These are our singers. They render and keep our legends, our stories, our histories alive in song. And today, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Paul Bighorse, Mr. Mason Bighorse, Mr. Paul Beemore, Mr. Eddie Rubidoo, and Mr. Cos Foley. These gentlemen are all experienced students, teachers, holders of our history in the music that we have. They provide this to all of us, and they keep us all informed and keep us reminded of the histories that come from our peoples. So it is my privilege to introduce these gentlemen who are all professionals in the other world. But this world that they present at this time is that of the indigenous world.
Oh!
Beginning of our celebrations and events throughout our indigenous world, we acknowledge the flag of the United States of America. We acknowledge the veterans and many of our men and women, active and past, who have served this country. Many of our tribes have their own particular way of expressions in their songs. We too are going to present one this day, this Osage flag song. And this is what many people would say is our indigenous way of singing a national anthem, the national anthem, but in our world and the way we do it. So it is with a great deal of honor that we present the flag song. It is at this time that our singers would like to render what we call a memorial song. This memorial song is indeed that, where we remember those who have passed. We remember those that are part of this Greater Indian Affairs Commission of Tulsa. We remember our families, our friends, many who have lost their lives due to the COVID and for other reasons. And we've had a great deal of loss throughout our Indian country. And so it is with great respect that we render a memorial song. It is at this time that we'd like to have our singers render what we call a victory song. A victory song is a time that we're able to sing and to dance and to honor those warriors, past and present, who have put their lives out here for us, that we might be able to have freedom in this country of ours. And we say thank you in this song, the victory song. like to take this time to introduce the singing of a very beautiful song called Amazing Grace. It will be sung in the Choctaw language as well as the Cherokee language and rendered by Connie Foreman, who is a member of the Cherokee Nation and the Choctaw Nation.
Une lana iu weiji igai guya hei nai gu josa we you do say iga guya Hona, Oya, Victor, Hitler, Adi, Ani, Ada, Okas, Jafikio, Fanan, Lagos, Amo, Oha, Lias, Shilom, Bisho, Lito, Bama, Ishmin, Tipo, Lacha, Hata, Gilpa, Shapia, Ishpi, Young Pulaski. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Wado, thank you to Connie Foreman and our princesses for that beautiful and powerful performance of the Lord's Prayer. At this time, we do want to recognize our princesses. These ladies have exhibited the character trait of resilience over the past year. They've been serving their tribal communities in many ways. They've been touching the lives of those that are young and touching the lives of our elders. It is an honor and a privilege to have them here at the 5th Annual City of Tulsa Native American Day celebration. And at this time, they will be introducing themselves.
Sion Nagad Ligweg Dawado, Nigadu Yawadetia, Amo Janelle. Hi everyone, my name is Leah Gardner. I am 14 years old. I'm from Salina, Oklahoma, and I am your 2021-2022 Junior Miss Cherokee. Wadon, thank you.
Hawe Dahe, Doape, Jaje Bria. Hello everyone, I am Gigi Siki and I'm the current reigning Osage Nation Princess. I'm a 16-year-old senior at Pahuska High School and I'm so glad to see you all here today.
Ha Maroweka, Nananiatsa Gamaka, Sa Nanusakai Sikutavin. Hello everyone, my name is Shelby Elizabeth Mata. My Comanche name is Gamaka, meaning caring person or loves others. I am from the Comanche Nation and I am currently representing as a 2021-2022 Miss Native American USA. Ura, thank you.
Indade wida paneste, date uda, atamate de nande uda. The reason why we gather here is good, and it is good to see you all. My name is Aaliyah Buffalohead. I am the 2021-2022 Ponca Tribal Princess. It is good to see you all. Thank you.
Oceanigada medley dawadoa, Tosco yadetiet, Awi uniesti, Oklahoma digagai. Hello everyone, my name is Shelby Turtle. I'm 20 years old and I'm from Park Hill, Oklahoma, and I serve as the 2021-2022 Miss Cherokee. Thank you and wado.
Since March of 2020, our tribal leaders have led their native nations. And not only are those nations surviving, we are thriving in Indian country because of their leadership. These native tribal leaders are also friends with the Greater Tulsa Area Indian Affairs Commission and Native American Day. They have risen to resilience, just like our theme. And they are here today to share their words of wisdom, the future of their tribe, and what Native American Day means to them. At this time, let's hear from the Principal Chief of the Cherokee Nation, Mr. Chuck Hoskin Jr.
OCO from the Cherokee Nation. It's exciting to join you virtually in celebration of Native American Day. It's been a year of trial and triumph as our tribal nations have seen historic change and continue to advance our tribal communities, the state of Oklahoma, and this country. Tribes have emerged as leaders in COVID-19 recovery and administering vaccinations. The Indian Health Service Oklahoma City area office praised our work recently, highlighting our collective tribal nations have administered over 350,000 COVID vaccinations. At Cherokee Nation, we're making significant investments in broadband, healthcare infrastructure, mental health and wellness, and bringing new jobs, opening our PPE manufacturing sites and a meat processing facility to help our citizens recover and keep them safe. Here in Oklahoma, our 5 tribes are expanding our criminal justice systems in record speed. We just surpassed the 1-year anniversary in the historic McGirt decision. The United States government promised us, through a treaty, a reservation, and the authority to govern our citizens. And the ruling made clear the federal government ought to keep its word. The ruling cleared up that for over a century, the state of Oklahoma has illegally acted outside of its jurisdiction in prosecuting cases on our lands. And let me be clear, we will not stand for this governor, nor the Oklahoma Attorney General, destroying our reservations in an attempt to overturn McGirt. We have and will continue to keep all citizens in this state safe. Our governor would like to go backwards towards anti-Indian policy days before tribal self-determination, instead of embracing cooperation and change. Another great effort is protecting our native languages. We supported the Durban-Feeling Native American Languages Act of 2021, a bill that protects our sacred languages and named after the late Durban Feeling, our modern-day sequoia. We are investing in efficiency homes for Cherokee speakers and constructing a new language center for our Cherokee speakers to learn and prosper in, and partnering with our sister tribe, the Eastern Band of Cherokees, to launch a concerted focus for shared training and resources to teach a new generation of Cherokee speakers. It's a great time in this country to be Native and celebrate our commonalities, our shared past, our shared strength, and our vision of the future. I'm so proud of where we stand on this Native American Day and all the great achievements on the horizon. Wado.
Wado, thank you to Principal Chief Hoskin Jr. from the Cherokee Nation for those comments. It's been a busy year for the Osage Nation. In fact, just last week it was a wrap on the filming of the major motion picture Killers of the Flower Moon. And the Osage Nation worked hand in hand with those filmmakers on that project. And it is great to have
Principal Chief Jeffrey Standing Bear with us this year once again. And let's hear these comments from Principal Chief Standing Bear.
Hawaii, I am Jeffrey Standing Bear, Principal Chief of the Osage Nation, and welcome to Tulsa Native American Day. The Osage Nation shares territory in the city of Tulsa with the Muskogee Creek Nation and the Cherokee Nation. We each have our own separate sovereign identities, but we have been neighbors for way over 100 years. We enjoy being the neighbors to all of you here in the city of Tulsa, and want to thank the mayor and all the officials of the city of Tulsa for recognizing that the city here is the only city in the United States shared by 3 Native American traditional reservation boundaries. This year's Tulsa Native American Day's theme is Rise to Resilience. As the chief of the Osage Nation, I see resilience in our people every day. Here on the Osage Nation territory, we are celebrating our tribe's resilience, and there is so much to celebrate. I'd like to tell you about a couple of many strides our nation has taken over the past 18 months that truly represent a rise to resilience. Towards the beginning of the pandemic, my director of operations came into my office and said, "Chief, we don't have enough meat for our children program and our elders." I said, "Well, go purchase more meat somewhere." He said, "We can't, it's not available." We have a 43,000 acre ranch here at the Osage, and naively, I recommended to him to access some of the 2,500 head of cattle we have and get the meat processed. It wasn't that easy either. The meat processing facilities were months behind in delivery of produce, and the food chain was breaking down. Here in the rural areas of Oklahoma, we always are on the end of the food supply chain, but with the pandemic, it was really exasperated to where we literally could not get meat in the stores. With that reality, we addressed food shortages with a series of rapid moves that resulted in a meat processing plant which will be capable of processing 80 head of cattle or bison a month. 40,000 square foot greenhouse was built and a 44,000 square foot processing building, which includes commercial aquaponics. Our aquaponics facility will produce leafy greens 12 months a year. Our Osage Nation Ranch continues to thrive with the cattle operation, and we now have over 100 head of bison. We're glad to report that we're going to add another 100 head of bison within the next few weeks. Our community is reaping the rewards of fresh food through fruit, vegetables, and hormone-free beef grown by and for our people. Being able to sustain your people, that's not only resilience, that's sovereignty. A critical pillar of sovereignty for Osage Nation is the revitalization of our culture and language. Osage language was recently considered nearly extinct by most linguists, but in a few brief years, the Osage language can now be heard every day. The Osage Language Immersion School, which we call Daposka Onko Dapi, which means our school, has received elementary private school accreditation from the Oklahoma Department of Education. Congratulations to the parents, the students, the teachers, and our principal for this remarkable accomplishment. Enrollment for our children and adult language courses is now higher than ever. I'd like to take a moment to remember the many community members we have lost over the past year. The effects of the pandemic are widespread and ongoing. Our thoughts are with each of you who have lost a loved one. I also like to share immense gratitude to the healthcare workers who continue the tireless work of keeping our communities safe. The healthcare workers and staff within the Osage Nation Health Services have been going above and beyond. Most recently, they are on the move in a mobile medical coach, providing COVID-19 vaccinations, flu vaccinations, testing, and more. The tribes throughout Oklahoma were quick to step up and provide vaccinations to not only their own tribal members, but to all Oklahomans. Let's not ever forget that. Thank you all for your time and attention, and happy Native American Day. Let's keep working together as neighbors and partners for a better future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Chief Standing Bear. There are 3 major tribes. The tribal boundaries are located here within the city of Tulsa. Those include the Cherokee Nation, the Osage Nation, and the Muskogee Nation. And at this time, we will hear from the Principal Chief of the Muskogee Nation, David Hill.
Hishjay, I'm Principal Chief David Hill, and on behalf of the great Muskogee Nation and our 93,000 plus citizens nationwide, welcome to the 5th Annual Native American Day celebration here in Tulsa. I am honored to join fellow tribal leaders, City of Tulsa officials, and our great organization who make this event happen to mark this special occasion. This year's theme is Rise and Resilient, and how fitting that we as people have strengthened our resolve through every chapter of our story. We haven't let setbacks take us down, but have used them as opportunities to grow stronger and to survive. The history of Tulsa is Muskogee history. Our reservation began when our ancestors settled here along the river and established Tallahassee, which later became Tulsa Town and eventually Tulsa. Our people made a long journey with the ever-present hope that one day we would establish our roots and thrive in a new homeland. And we have. The affirmation of our reservation and our sovereignty over these lands is proof that the winds have changed and are pushing us forward to a greater future, and one that we always dreamed of. Over the past 2 years, we've learned so much about ourselves in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. We've learned that we can work together to make needed adjustments to our interruption in our daily lives. We've become expert problem solvers, finding daily solutions to what seem like impossible situations at times. Virtual meetings like today have become the norm, but we still conduct our business and move forward. I am so proud of our health department, our employees, and our communities coming together and being there for one another during these difficult times. This is what being one Muskogee is all about. Here at the Muskogee Nation, we don't just go through things, we grow through them. Today, as we pause to reflect our journey and look forward with hope and excitement about our future, we want to appreciate all the times we have risen to resilience. In the face of adversity, we are still here, standing strong, honoring our past and preparing a road ahead of us for our next generation. We do it for our people, for our communities, and for our future. Mado, God bless, and thank you all for joining us in the celebration of our survival and continued success.
Thank you, Principal Chief Hill. One of the advantages to a virtual celebration is we can hear from more tribal leaders with recorded comments. And so for the first time in the City of Tulsa's Native American Day celebration, we'll be hearing from the chairman of the Quapaw Nation, Mr. Joseph Byrd.
Hawaii, iwijidi andagani wi ikura, jutse nikashi jani hombade. Hello, I'm Quapaw Nation Chairman Joseph Byrd. Welcome everyone to the Native American Day celebration hosted by the Greater Tulsa Area Indian Affairs Commission. I'd like to give a land acknowledgement to the Muskogee, the Jalagi, and the Wajaji, whose territories encompass the city of Tulsa. The theme of this year's celebration is Rise to Resilience. When you think about the many challenges that Indigenous people have faced throughout history, resilience is a common virtue shared by each tribal nation, and we demonstrate this resilience still to this day. In the time of COVID, our communities have endured loss of loved ones, loss of employment, and many other obstacles that have impacted Indigenous communities, but we have responded through unity and community. We owe a debt of gratitude to our doctors, nurses, and other medical workers who have tirelessly devoted themselves by helping to combat the pandemic and protecting the health and wellness of our people. In addition to a global pandemic, the United States Supreme Court issued the McGirt decision last year, which affirmed the Muskogee Creek Reservation and reaffirmed tribal sovereignty for many Oklahoma tribal nations whose reservations still exist today. Although tribes were triumphant, the decision significantly impacted the state judicial system, with criminal jurisdiction shifting back to tribal nations. Tribes have worked diligently to strengthen our own laws and prepare our courts to meet this challenge. Many tribal judges, attorneys, law enforcement officers, court personnel, and scholars have dedicated their energy ensuring the public safety of our communities, and there is still much work to be done. It is important for tribal nations to maintain our partnerships at the state and local levels so that we can continue to serve the needs of our tribal citizens. As we come together to celebrate Native American Day, it is important to recognize that we are still here because our ancestors were resilient, and we continue this resiliency because future generations are depending on us to carry the flame. For those listening or watching, I want to offer peace and blessings to you on this day as we continue to rise to resilience and forge ahead into the future. Uda Humbade, Ekohe. Thank you.
Thank you, Quapaw Chairman Byrd, for joining us this year at the Native American Day celebration. At this time, we're going to hear from the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma and Chief Lewis Johnson.
The theme for this year's gathering is Rise to Resilience. And I believe that the Seminole Nation, the Seminole Indian people have always had resilience within their DNA structure. Simply because our relations are so important to us. And whenever there is a conflict or something that tries to take away those relations that we have as either tribal bands or tribal clans or our traditions of our people, then there's always ways that we resolve it. We find resolution, and sometimes it takes the resilience that's been with our ancestors for so many generations. And the resilience that we've had even in the earlier periods of our history is still among our people today. You'll see that the Seminoles fought the longest American Indian Wars in the history of America and was a tribe that would never surrender or sign an official peace document or treaty with the United States. So the reasons for that resolve in the hearts of the people of the Seminoles at that time was because of those relationships that we had among our people. Out of those types of components and issues that face the Seminoles, then it brings the term we call resiliency. So sometimes to be able to retain those relationships, those areas of lifeways, it does take resilience from all native tribes throughout the history. And even today's modern time, the Supreme Court ruling that came out just a years ago. Now we have to rise again to show that we have the resilience of our spirit of our ancestors, that we do what is necessary to find resolve that continues the relationships that we have had in Seminoles for many generations. The resilience of the spirit of our ancestors are with us today, and we're just a blessed people to still be intact in those relationships and resolve that promote resilience.
Thank you, Chief Johnson, for those comments and for joining us this year at the 5th Annual City of Tulsa Native American Day virtual celebration. At this time, let's hear from the Comanche Nation Chairman, Mark Wumavoya.
A vision has to be short, it has to be memorable, and our people have to believe in it. Comanche strong, stronger together is what we believe in.
Mark Wumavoya, newly elected chairman of the Comanche Nation, is bringing a strong message to his people. The Comanche voters opted for a candidate with leadership skills developed over a 31-year military career. After several years of political turmoil, Chairman Wumavoya is offering a positive change for the Comanche people.
So we put together a positive campaign team. We ran a positive campaign, and we came out ahead, and I became chairman of 18 May of this year. I grew up in Cache, Oklahoma. I went through K through 12 in Cache. After Cache, I went 2 years to Northeastern A&M College, which is a junior college, on a track scholarship. I transferred to the University of Oklahoma. I was a walk-on student athlete in the cross country and track program. During that time, I also joined Army ROTC. Upon graduation from OU, I received a commission as a second lieutenant in the United States Army. When I retired, I took a job at the University of Oklahoma, Army ROTC, as the senior military science instructor and the leadership and talent scout. So I kind of went full circle. So when I got to the nation, I asked the majority of our Comanche people, as well as our directors, our tribal administrator, do we have a vision? They said, no, we don't have a vision. So we immediately started to put together a team, and we came up with a vision. Our vision is Comanche strong, stronger together. And that vision has taken hold, and that is bringing our Comanche people back together. Not only back together, but back together in a positive, forward momentum way that we haven't seen in our Comanche people in years. I had to learn one thing when I came into this office, and it was patience. Things don't happen as fast as we want them to as leaders. You got to have patience. You got to have a process, and you have to believe in that process is going to work to achieve your end state, your end goals. And when you do it in a positive manner, and you take those positive people with you along the way, you're going to gain momentum of more positive people. And the negative people are just going to be negative. You'll never be able to change their mind, but we can change how they look at things. And that's what we're doing. And it starts with our vision, Comanche strong, stronger together. Well, the team was already here. They were just wanting their ideas to be heard because they have the institutional knowledge that I do not. So we had to sit back. I had to listen, and I had to learn. I had to figure out who the movers and the shakers were in our tribe, who the leaders were, who could step up. Once we found that team of like-minded, we were on our road to success.
From the Comanche Nation near Lawton, Oklahoma, this is Dan Bigby reporting for Buffalo's Fire.
Since 1997, the Greater Tulsa Area Indian Affairs Commission has recognized a special group of community leaders, Native leaders, whether it's in their profession, whether it's in their community, or whether it is with their selfless service to others. These awards are known as the Dream Keepers Awards. And for the first time in the Greater Tulsa Area Indian Affairs Commission's history, we are recognizing this special group of individuals during Native American Day. This year we have 10 special recipients that are quite simply making a difference, or they have made a difference. At this time, let's meet the Dreamkeeper class of 2021. The Kenneth Anque Lifetime Achievement Award winner is Miss Carmelita Skeeter. Carmelita Wamigo Skeeter is a member of the Citizen Nation Potawatomi tribe. Skeeter has dedicated her life to advocating for quality, accessible, and comprehensive health care for Native Americans. She has been recognized as one of Oklahoma's most distinguished First Ladies of Health for her contributions to advancing access to health care for Indian people, not only in Tulsa, but also the state of Oklahoma and the nation. In 1976, through a social action group, Skeeter helped with a study to assess the health needs of the local urban Indian population. Those survey results showed that the medical needs of Tulsa's Native Americans were not being met. As a result of that survey and grant, Skeeter helped found the Indian Healthcare Resource Center of Tulsa. In 1989, Skeeter was promoted to Chief Executive Officer. Under her leadership, she has propelled Indian Healthcare Resource Center from a small medical clinic to its position today as a nationally recognized, integrated, multidisciplinary, comprehensive healthcare center that serves almost 12,000 Native Americans annually. For 45 years, Skeeter has been unwavering in her commitment to the mission of the organization to provide quality, comprehensive health care to Tulsa area Indian people in a culturally sensitive manner that promotes good health, well-being, and harmony. She has guided the vision of the Indian Healthcare Resource Center in eliminating health disparities, expanding innovative family-focused practices, and promoting an embracing approach to care that strengthens physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual wellness within the Indian community. From the beginning, Skeeter has made it a priority that Indian Healthcare Resource Center provide a well-rounded, comprehensive program focused on the whole person. From the countless national, state, and local committees and boards on which she has served to testifying in front of Congress, Skeeter has truly made a difference through her involvement, including her service for Tribal Technology Advisory Group for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. She has also been a speaker for numerous committees, including the U.S. House of Representatives. She is perhaps most proud of her work to guarantee approval of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. Skeeter's dedication to the betterment of lives for the Native American population has been the focus of her professional life. Her legacy will be remembered as one who always stood up for those who couldn't speak for themselves and who worked diligently to leave circumstances better than she found them. Your Kenneth Anque Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Carmelita Skeeter. The Lewis B. Ketchum Excellence in Business Award recipient is Nicole Albert. Nico Albert is a self-taught chef, caterer, and student of traditional indigenous cuisines based in Tulsa, Oklahoma. She began her culinary education at a very young age, growing up in California and Arizona. Her fondest memories began in her mother's garden and in the kitchen preparing meals, and culminated around the family dinner table. When fate and her father's career moved the family to northeastern Oklahoma, Nico embraced her return to the homeland of her mother's people as a calling and opportunity to reestablish a relationship with her Cherokee community, first and foremost through the language of food. Her journey to learn traditional Cherokee ways, dishes, and the wild and cultivated ingredients involved in their preparation grew to encompass the indigenous cuisines of tribes from all parts of North America and led to her involvement in indigenous food revitalization and food sovereignty. As the founding executive chef of Duet Restaurant Plus Jazz, a modern American eatery and jazz club in the heart of the Tulsa Arts District, Chef Nico drew on her Native American and Acadian heritage, as well as her affinity for indigenous Mexican and New Orleanian cuisine, to create the original menu and a vast catalog of specials during her tenure. The eclectic jazz-inspired dishes feature a combination of classic Southern, indigenous, and world flavors and remain some of Tulsa's favorites. Now, as the founder and owner of Burning Cedar Indigenous Foods, Nico devotes her time and passion for the revitalization of indigenous cuisine to promote healing and wellness in the Native American community by providing healthy, traditionally inspired catering options and educational events. Her efforts to steadily expand her knowledge of traditional ingredients and techniques continues through research and collaboration with indigenous chefs and traditionalists from all nations. Chef Nico most recently served as a private chef on the set of Martin Scorsese's upcoming film, Killers of the Flower Moon, and her work has been featured regionally and nationally by Cherokee Nation's OCO TV, the Smithsonian National Museum of American History, and the Food Network, among others. Nico currently resides on the Muskogee tribal lands, also known as Tulsa, Oklahoma, with her husband Kyle Williams Sr., her stepdaughter Chloe, 2 mischievous little dogs, and 2 perfect rabbits. She and her family enjoy spending time together outdoors and dancing at powwows. Nico Albert is your Lewis B. Ketchum Excellence in Business Award recipient. The Charles Chibity Family Community Contributor Award recipient is Elizabeth Batiste. Batiste is a member of the Kiowa Nation. She has been active in the Native American community her entire life. Her family is represented in the Kiowa Gourd Clan, Kiowa Black Legging Society, Native American Marine Corps Veterans, and the Kiowa Chapter Native American Church. She participates annually in the Kiowa Gourd Clan and the Kiowa Black Legging Society activities. Batiste is a member of Oklahoma Native American Church, Kiowa Chapter. She is married to Reverend Samuel Batiste, Jr. Elizabeth Batiste has carried her dedication to cultural education, sharing, and giving into all aspects of her personal and professional life. She is particularly passionate about passing along traditional ways and promoting understanding of Native American perspectives. Her goal is to bridge communication gaps and build understanding through teaching and sharing. Ultimately, Batiste hopes to bring the community together, allowing for everyone to participate and have a voice. Batiste's dedication to the community is illustrated in the many ways she has shared her time, knowledge, and skills. For example, she has served as head lady in Southwest Oklahoma and Northeastern Oklahoma for various organizations throughout her life. Batiste has been a presenter, speaking on topics such as Native American stereotypes, generational trauma, healthcare disparities, the importance of the Native American vote, and understanding Native American perspectives about land. Also, she has taught many youth classes, including Native American cooking, traditional storytelling, beadwork, traditional dances, and cultural games. She makes Kiowa regalia and has taught younger generations how to make leggings and buckskin dresses. Batiste's passion for promoting understanding is evidenced by her career. Batiste worked for Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma for 19 years. During her tenure, she was a founding member of the Native Americans in Progress Business Resource Group. Batiste says one of the things she found most rewarding in her professional career was participating in the Community and Police Leadership Collaborative, a Leadership Tulsa initiative. Joining this pilot program in effort to create a connection between the community and the Tulsa Police Department pushed her far out of her comfort zone. However, with events of the time such as the Dakota Access Pipeline protests and local shooting of Terrence Crutcher, She accepted the opportunity to give the Native American perspective in this sensitive area. To help in this effort, Batiste shared information about historical trauma within Native American people when responding to an event and the generational stress when dealing with public policing. She was honored to be able to play a role in facilitating understanding between officers and the community. The findings from the pilot program are still being used as a part of officer training. Batiste currently sits on the Board of Trustees at Indian Healthcare Resource Center of Tulsa, with the added roles of co-chair of the Development Committee, co-chair for Dance of the Two Moons, and co-chair of the Board Recruitment Committee. Your Charles Chibity Family Community Contributor Award recipient, Elizabeth Batiste. The Mosselin Larkin Cultural Achievement Award recipient is Mr. Robert Robbie NQ. NQ is an enrolled citizen of the Kiowa tribe and resides in Tulsa with his wife Tracy. His Indian name is Baiwi, meaning sun boy. It was given to him by his late grandfather, Jamie Asa Ongu. Rob is the son of the late Anita Ongu and Robert Lone Wolf, and the grandson of Anna Keybone and James Ongu. Rob is currently employed with Wallace Design Collective as a civil engineer technical designer. As a community leader in the Native American community, Rob has served 5 terms with the Greater Tulsa Area Indian Affairs Commission as a mayoral appointee and is currently serving as a member of the Indigenous Advisory Board investigating structural racism, discrimination, and Native American pain risk. He also serves on the Gilcrease Museum Community Advisory Council as a contributing member and advisor for Indian issues. As a natural runner, most mornings find Rob hitting the pavement for a run, and many Saturday mornings participating in a local 5K, 8K, or 10K race. Rob has served on the Tulsa Running Club board as well as the Route 66 Marathon board. Rob's family are founding members of the Tulsa Indian Club, one of the oldest powwow organizations in the state, with beginnings in Midtown Tulsa in 1948. It has hosted Tulsa Powwow for the last 69 years, with the first celebration of Indian culture being the 1952 Tulsa Powwow. He remains an active board member with the organization. Your Mosselin Larkin Cultural Achievement Award winner, Robert Robbie NQ. The Dr. Ralph Drew Career and Professional Award recipient is Tanya Kane. Tanya Kane has 37 years of experience in the medical field. She attained her associate's degree from Northern Oklahoma College and her Bachelor of Science degree in nursing from Oklahoma Wesleyan University. Kane has been a registered nurse since 1984. In her career, she has garnered a vast array of experience and success in areas such as medical surgery, the emergency room, the operating room, the recovery room, hospice, long-term care, nursing administration, and clinical administration. Kane dedicated her early career to caring for patients by providing compassionate care and improving their quality of life. She spent 5 years as a case manager at Judith Carmen Hospice. She spent 12 years as administrator of hospice and director of nursing at Pawnee Municipal Hospital. She spent 3 years as director of nursing at Southern Oaks Care Center. In 2009, Tanya Kane joined the Indian Healthcare Resource Center of Tulsa as the Triage Immunizations Nursing Supervisor. Since the beginning, she has provided quality patient care. She has also been a passionate advocate for teamwork and education. In 2016, Kane became the Chief Operating Officer of Indian Healthcare Resource Center. As the COO, Kane oversees the center's many integrated services, which include primary care for all ages, family practice, internal medicine, pediatrics, optometry, dentistry, pharmacy, radiology, behavioral health, substance abuse and treatment, medical social work, health education and wellness transportation, and programs for youth. During her administration, the clinic has undergone several facility expansions, enabling Indian Healthcare Resource Center to provide more services, which now reach approximately 12,000 Native American patients. Kane is a roll-up-her-sleeves care provider and leader willing to do whatever work is needed to benefit patients and her staff. At the onset of the pandemic, she worked quickly to put a COVID-19 plan in place to ensure Indian Healthcare Resource Center remained open and serving patients. Additionally, Kane has organized and conducted COVID-19 vaccination clinics to serve the Tulsa community. Tanya has not only made certain patients are safe and treated with the best care, she has also developed a culture of safety and caring that resonates with all employees. Tanya Kane is a citizen of the Cherokee Nation. Kane was inspired to go into nursing by her aunt, who was a diploma nurse. She has passed along the traditions of caring and service to her daughter and her granddaughter, making 4 generations of nurses in her family. The Dr. Ralph Drew the Will Ann Q Humanitarian Award will be awarded to 2 recipients posthumously this year. They are Alice Whitecloud and Pauline Sosi. Alice Whitecloud's Indian name is White Voice Woman. Alice was a descendant of both Cheyenne and Ponca chiefs. Alice was raised in the Tulsa area but graduated from Shawnee High School in 1973. She married Gary Whitecloud on August 11, 1991 in Bixby, Oklahoma. She worked several years as a printer in a professional capacity. Whitecloud was a proud member of the Cheyenne tribes of Oklahoma and active with the Ponca tribe. She was a member of the Indian Methodist Church, Native American Church, and All Nations Church. Whitecloud was a Southern buckskin and cloth dancer and was very involved in the powwow world as well as with the Tulsa Indian Coalition Against Racism. She has been involved in several Native American documentaries and was always a strong advocate for higher education. Whitecloud spent many hours encouraging her Native friends and relatives to register to vote. Alice was a longtime member of the Greater Tulsa Area Indian Affairs Commission and the director for the All Nations Indian Youth Group. She did Native American presentations at elementary schools. Whitecloud was a strong family leader. She loved to visit with family and friends, as well as help those in need. Her passion was being with her grandchildren. Pauline Sosi was raised in Tulsa. She graduated from Tulsa Union High School in 1980, where she was active in softball and basketball. Pauline still played softball well into her 30s and always brought her kids up to the softball fields. She loved to powwow and traveled to many different states. She was always on the go, and there was never a time she was home on the weekends. As she became a grandmother, it was still the same. You could always find her at the ball fields with one of her grandchildren and then rushing to get to a powwow. Sosi had a sweet but strong disposition, was a good listener, and was always there for her community. Pauline served as a Greater Tulsa Area Indian Affairs Commissioner, serving the Native community selflessly. Our Will Ann Q Humanitarian Award winners, Alice Whitecloud and Pauline Sosi. Our Jim Thorpe Sports Excellent Award nominee is Dr. Joseph Bud Samant. Samant is a full-blood Kiowa and a member of the Kiowa Gourd clan. He was born in Lawton on November 5, 1938. His passion and love for his culture and heritage comes from his upbringing. Every summer, Samant and his family would attend the Kiowa Gourd clan dances in Carnegie. Samant attended Elgin High School, where he was a standout student and student athlete. Following graduation, Samant attended Cameron State Junior College and played basketball. While attending Cameron, he was a 2-time All-Conference selection. In 1958, he was named a National Junior College All-American. Samant graduated from Cameron that same year with an associate's degree in education. Following his junior college successes, Samant attended Oklahoma City University. He led the OCU basketball squad to the 1958 All-College Basketball Tournament title. Samant was named the tourney's most valuable player, joining a list of elite players including Bill Russell, Pistol Pete Maravich,
Carl Malone, and Wayman Tisdale. In 1959, OCU played in the prestigious National Invitational Tournament at Madison Square Garden. Following his senior campaign, Samant was named an Associated Press Honorable Mention All-American. He was also named a member of the Daily Oklahoman's 1950s All-Decade Basketball Team. Samant graduated from OCU with a bachelor's degree in education. Following graduation, Samant was a teacher and coach at the high school level. He continued his education at Southwestern Oklahoma State University in Weatherford, earning a Master's of Science degree in higher education in 1968. Soon after, Samant moved to Minneapolis, where he attended and worked for the University of Minnesota. He earned his Doctorate of Education degree in 1974. Dr. Samant returned to Oklahoma City University, where he served as an education professor and grant writer. All told, he attracted more than $1 million in grants. Samant also established and served as the Dean of the Native American, Hispanic, and Asian Services and Research Program. Through the years, he recruited and helped hundreds of Native American students earn their degrees. In 1987, Samant was named athletic director. He served in that role until 2000. Samant's many honors and awards include being inducted into the American Indian Athletic Hall of Fame in 1978, the OCU Athletics Hall of Fame in 1981, and the Kiowa Tribe of Oklahoma Hall of Fame. He has served as the Kiowa Tribe Vice Chair and as head gourd dancer at many powwows. Perhaps his most lasting legacy is the countless number of Native students he has guided, influenced, and supported. Samant lives in Pawhuska with his wife, Pat. One of his hobbies is beadwork and crafting beadwork for powwow dress. Today, Samant can be seen at various art shows and spending time with his family. He has 2 children, Sherry and Ron, 4 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. Your Jim Thorpe Sports Excellent Award winner, Dr. Joseph Bud Samant. The Renard Strickland Education Leadership Award winner is Dr. Steve Tiger. Dr. Steve Tiger is a proud member of the Sac and Fox Nation and a career educator. He was reared in Depew, Oklahoma, and graduated from Depew High School in 1991. On June 25, 2012, Dr. Steve Tiger was named Tulsa Technology Center's Superintendent and CEO. Tulsa Tech is the state's largest technology center with the mission of educating people for success in the workplace. Under the direction of a 7-member Board of Education, Dr. Tiger leads an organization with approximately 1,000 employees, serving nearly 25,000 students and over 1,000 businesses annually. Tulsa Tech has 6 campuses and 23 extension programs. Dr. Tiger serves as only the 4th superintendent in Tulsa Tech's 56-year history. Dr. Tiger has 23 years of experience as a professional educator and counselor. He began his career as a FEMA crisis counselor for Oklahoma City Public Schools, providing counseling and guidance services to students affected by the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building bombing before moving on to Guthrie High School as a guidance counselor. Dr. Tiger entered career tech education at Meridian Technology Center in Stillwater, elevating through several positions, including Director of Student Services and ultimately Director of Instruction. Dr. Tiger later served as a campus administrator at Central Tech in Drumright before he was named Associate State Director of the Oklahoma Department of Career Tech Education, where he provided leadership and guidance to technology centers across the state. From there, he became superintendent and CEO of Pioneer Technology Center in Ponca City and was the youngest superintendent in the history of the Oklahoma Career Tech System. Dr. Tiger serves on numerous boards and statewide committees, including the Tulsa Regional Chamber Board of Directors, Broken Arrow Economic Development Corporation. He's a past member of the Tulsa World Community Advisory Board, a member of the Oklahoma Academy for State Goals, and the Governor's Business Roundtable. Dr. Tiger received a Men of Distinction Award from the Tulsa Business and Legal News in 2013, Oklahoma's Most Admired CEOs Award from the Journal Record in 2018, and was recognized as Tulsa's EWI Executive of the Year in 2018.
Dr. Tiger holds a bachelor's degree in business administration and a master's degree in counseling from the University of Central Oklahoma and a PhD in educational administration and HR development from Oklahoma State University. Dr. Tiger resides in Tulsa. He has one child, Lily. At this time, we would like to thank Tulsa Public Schools and the TPS Indian Education Department for helping us make the virtual celebration a reality. We want to thank them for allowing us to use this beautiful performing arts center here on the campus of Clinton West Elementary. Of course, we would like to be with you live at this 5th annual City of Tulsa Native American Day celebration. If we were live, the schools would be participating in the Native American Day Parade, and we're going to plan on that for next year. But at this time, all of the greater Tulsa area schools and Indian education departments have put together some videos promoting their students and promoting their programs. So at this time, let's check out the videos from these high schools across the greater Tulsa area.
Resilience is still learning and pushing on, even though we have been bashed and erased from history.
Being resilient means being proud of your people and learning about your culture.
Recognizing the strength of our ancestors and knowing that we as Native youth still have the ability to strive.
Osio. Aso.
Osio. Osio. Resilience means keeping our culture alive and making sure that we teach it to the youth.
From 1836 to 1896, the nation conducted business at this tree behind me. It had a significant influence on the surrounding area that would later be known as the City of Tulsa. The name of Tulsa derives from the Creek word Tallahassee, that means Old Town.
In 2018, Tulsa Public Schools renamed Lee Elementary to Council Oak Elementary in respect to the park's half-mile proximity.
In 1992, the Creek Nation Council Oak Park was listed in the National Register of Historic Places. However, the Council Oak tree was added to the National Registry in 1976.
Knowing who they are, sticking to their roots, not giving in to what everybody around them has to say about who they are, and just knowing that they are enough.
It makes me feel really proud to know how strong my ancestors were and what all they went through. And it just means to keep on going no matter what's trying to push you down. You just have to keep going and keep persevering through everything, no matter what.
I feel as though I can feel my ancestors around me and feel their strength and their passion for our people. Learning about it, we can carry on the memory of those who did perish on the Trail of Tears or who still stand today, serving our tribes and just being a part of this nation.
That's practice. Here we go. It's for real. Here we go.
How does that hurt so much?
Start recording on this one already.
That actually hurts.
Here we go. Outer circle. Pikawihiri. Inner circle. Kusatsuki. Make your circles. Make your circles. Here we go. Ready? Go. Hawaii-ya, Hawaii-ya, Hawaii, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, Hawaii-ya, go. Leland and Como on that one. Okay, circle up. Here we go. Hawaii-ya, 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 go. Yeah, those two right there. Asia and Lottie. Here we go. Keep going. Let's do. Hawaii-ya, 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 go. Okay, Aaron and Caleb. Okay, circle up, circle up. Hawaii-ya, Hawaii-ya, Hawaii, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, Hawaii-ya, go. Oh, those two right there. You're supposed to hang on like a squirrel. Hang on like a squirrel. Go. Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, go. Over there, Aiden and Elijah. Come up. Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, oh hey, oh go. Right there, Ariana. Nope, they got you. Now, other way. Outer circle, Kusatsuki, inner circle, Pikawihiri. Hawaii-ya, Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, go. Right there. Indian Creek. Keep going. Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, oh hey, oh hey, oh go. It was a Chloe and a barely. Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, go. Right there, Winnie and Melanie. Here we go. Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii, go. Okay, Beta and Sissy. Good job, Beta. Hawaii-ya, Hawaii-ya, oh, go. Right there. Oh. You guys hung in there for not knowing. Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, go. Oh, right there. Here we go. Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, oh hey, Hawaii-ya, go. Okay, all out, all out. All out. Okay, you two's out. Good try, but you're out. Good try. Down to three. Here we go. Hawaii-ya, go.
I'm just glad I'm not sweating.
Hey, you two's out. Pepper and McCarthy, yeah. Again, Hawaii-ya, go. Hi, Hawaii-ya, oh, hey, Hawaii-ya, hey. Wait. Look, inner circle. Kusatsuki, inner circle. Outer, Kusatsuki, inner. Pikawihiri. Hawaii-ya, oh, hey, Hawaii-ya, go. Okay. Haley and them. There it is. Hawaii-ya, I'm not going to watch. Hawaii-ya, Hawaii-ya, go. Come on, one. Again. Hawaii-ya, go. Hey,
This year has just really brought out the things, and it sounds like that I think that we get the feeling that we are a bigger band than what we look like.
We went to the Lawton Superior contest, and there were only 4 bands in the Superior contest, and there were something like 20 plus bands there originally, but there were only 4 in the Superior contest. So we showed up, we performed, and then the awards were handed out, and we ended up getting first in our class, and we got a Superior rating. Man, it felt great. I knew we'd get there eventually. I just didn't know if it'd be in my time, and I was really happy to be part of that. I thought that was extraordinary.
I can't imagine what schools go through if they don't have a band. I've gone to several games, and I'm going there and sitting there and I'm going, man, if they only had a band, you know, it would add to it.
I feel like as my part, it's not just to go and conduct, lead them onto the field. You have to get them energized, you got to get them confident, you got to tell them that they're going to do good. That's the key.
Hey, every time that we go out and practice, we are going to practice like we're going to perform. And I said, if we perform well at the last one, I want to perform better at the next one. Through the years, I've kind of brought out and told these kids, you know, hey, I can actually go and tell people that I direct an all-Indian band. And I said, I know that we have different degrees of Indian blood, but still, they have to be native to come to this school, and so that's where I say that, you know, I teach an all-native band. And it's being native myself, that just really kind of, I'm pretty proud of that.
Hi, my name is Anissa Andy and I go to Sapulpa High School, and here are some things I really love about Sapulpa Indian education. I really love how we can laugh and smile whenever we're playing games. I love how there's a sense of community with all of us, and I also love how there's always someone I can lean on, and all my mentors, they love me back.
Hi, my name is Tyler Hurd. I go to Sapulpa Junior High, and a few things I really like about Indian Ed is the stomp dance we have every year. I feel very happy to participate in that. Whenever I come to Indian Ed, I feel very comfortable talking about my culture, being heard, and I feel very supported in my sports and in the classroom.
My name is Hope Tuttle. I'm a junior at Sapulpa High School. Indian Ed has helped me meet people with the same interests as me. They're very supportive of me, and I can be myself without feeling judged.
Hello, my name is Taylor Hurd and I'm a student at Sapulpa High School. Here we're all friends. I have inspirational help when I need it, and I had the opportunity to go on stage and show off my traditional regalia. Hello, my name is Amaya Andy. I'm a sophomore at Sapulpa High School. Some things I love about NASA is that my teachers are very inclusive and open with us. The community is very supportive and will help you with anything. And we go on lots of trips that teach us about our ancestors and where they originated.
Fasan, Alicia AZT. I'm a junior here at Sapulpa, and I would like to talk to you about some of the things that I like about NASA. One of the first ones being is that we have such a welcoming community among students, and it's really nice for me to be able to talk about my culture with students who understand. Another one being that we have a stomp dance every year to help involve our community in our native traditions. And one of our third ones being that we have an opportunity to share our culture with our other fellow students.
Hey,
my name is Amaya Annie. I'm a junior, and this is Tulsa High School, and this is how we rise to resilience.
Hi, I'm Tyler Hurt, and I'm a sophomore.
Hi, I'm Alicia Warrington. I'm a senior.
How I rise to resilience is I show my club off NASA, and I participate in multiple club outings.
I attend stomp dances and powwows, and I cook and bead with my mom.
I attend stomp dances and participate in many clubs and athletics to help bring representation through all aspects.
Hello, my name's Desmond. I'm from Sapulpa. I'm a senior, and this is how we rise to resilience.
Hello, I'm Salem Hurd. I'm a junior.
Hello, I'm Anissa Andy, and I'm a junior as well.
Hi, I'm Selena, and I'm a freshman.
And how I rise to resilience is I play stickball.
I'm a student representative for Title VI, and I also play Indian football to represent my native culture.
I do well in school, and I also participate in multiple other clubs to also represent our culture.
I volunteer for NASA, and I try to represent our native culture by doing my best in school.
Hi, we are 7th graders from Sapulpa Middle School, and my name is Isabella Williams.
My name is Ramaya Bruner.
My name is Karen Harjo.
My name is Aviana Perez. And how I stay resilient is I make fry bread with my grandma, and I participate in Challenge Bowl.
I play sports to honor my culture.
I participate in NASA and Challenge Bowl.
I go to the powwows and participate in Challenge Bowl.
Hi, my name's Donovan.
Hi, my name's Chula.
Hi, my name is Michael.
And here's the ways we stay resilient and keep tradition. Yeah. So we go to Pawnee powwows each year and go to the straw powwows each year and play stickball.
And we go to traditional stomp dances and powwows.
I try to keep my tradition by staying with my grandpa, learning the old songs, going to the grounds, going to green corn, going to ceremonies. And as they said, I want to keep in football because that's something my dad did, and I always wanted to honor him. So that's something that we keep so we can keep tradition.
Just as the sun sank below the horizon, Crane took the ball and flew toward the pole.
The girl is mad. Listen to Dave.
Mulinya de Malberhagen Dulles. Where are you going?
Essen out the job.
TV? Gado.
His name would be Golo.
Correct. I work hard.
You generally
I'm just glad to, to have this knowledge from my mother and father, and grandma, aunts and uncles. And so I'm glad a lot of history that was told to me, and I believe that that today, when you get a chance to talk to your elders, do it, because that's history. And history that once they're gone, you'll have that. You'll have that history to pass on to one of the days to your kids, grandkids, great grandkids. So it's very valuable, because that's who we are.
What a difference a year makes. 2019, we're celebrating at Guthrie Green. 2020, we're wearing masks, social distancing, and making videos. But what hasn't changed is our pride in our indigenous culture. Sand Springs Indian Education is committed to providing cultural programs and academic services to over 785 students.
Alito, my name is Kale Askew. I'm a proud member of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. This makes me feel uniquely special. My heritage stems from many resilient leaders, brave men and women that persevered through great hardships. People often ask me what it means to be Native. Native from the dictionary means to be original. Being Choctaw gives me a sense of community. Choctaws are leaders and people who have done many great things, which gives me pride and confidence that I can do great things myself.
My name is Samantha Stinson, and I'm a citizen of the Cherokee Nation.
Indigenous People Day is a day where all of the tribes can come together and celebrate all of their similarities and differences. Being a Native American gives me some pride because I know all of the history that my ancestors have been through and what they've struggled through.
I'm Mackenzie Stinson and I'm a Cherokee citizen. I'm proud to be a Cherokee citizen because of all the work that my tribe's done to preserve our history and culture. I think to be Native American means to be strong and from coming from a long line of people who have persevered and endured difficult things.
My name is Ava Watson. I'm in the Osage tribe. Being in Osage means we have a lot of different traditions like finger weaving, and Grandma used to make belts and teach classes on how to make the belts. Native American Day means to me that all the tribes get together and we learn about each other's traditions and histories, and we learn about our ancestors together.
The reason why I'm proud to be a Comanche is because I want to carry on the legacy that they have built for us. Another reason is because Comanches were very smart and resourceful, and we were very skilled riders on horses. We were one of the fiercest warriors on the battlefield too. Native American Day means a lot to me because we have a very rich culture and we were one of the first ones here. So that's why Native American Day means a lot, because I want to carry on their tradition and cultures.
Hi, my name is Sadie Plowman and I'm a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation. Native American Day to me is just a really great opportunity for Native Americans, young and old, all across, all different tribes, to just really get together and celebrate their heritage. It helps preserve traditions and our culture for generations to come. I think to live on our own land, on our own reservation, is really important because, again, it's an aspect of ourselves that we have carried with us through generations, and to be able to keep that alive and keep that going, it's really important so that other people in the future can have the same opportunities that I'm having right now and help just preserve our culture. Being a Native American is, I think it's a really interesting part about me, and I think without that aspect of myself, I would not be the same person that I am today.
In Sand Springs, on the great Muskogee Creek Nation Reservation, every day is Native American Day.
Produced an amazing finish by Billy Mills.
And here we go in the final lap for the gold medal in the 10,000 meter. And up front is Bill Mills. He's pressing Ron Clark, the world champion. Bill Mills in the United States, number 722, is leading Ron Clark. And in third place right now is Mahout Gamudi of Tunis. A tremendous upset if Bill Mills can hang on. But Gamudi goes out ahead as Gamudi right now leading in the 10,000 meter. Ron Clark is third. Bill Mills is in third. Ron Clark is in second right now. This is the final lap for the 10,000 meter. The unheralded Mahout Gamudi of Tunis is putting on a tremendous sprint. He's out ahead of Ron Clark. Bill Mills, the United States, is in third place. This will certainly be the fastest 10,000 meter ever run by an American.
Here's Mills, who seems to be boxed in. Suddenly there's an opening, and here he comes.
Here they come down the final lap. Can Ron Clark catch Gamudi? They're going through the field. He's coming up. He's passing Gamudi. Look at Mills! Look at Mills! Look at Mills! Coming on! Mills is coming on! It might be Bill Mills. What a tremendous surprise here! Bill Mills of the United States wins the 10,000 meter. Bill Mills of the United States, a tremendous upset, wins the 10,000 meter here.
in your eye. 'Cause you're up against the world and still you rise. Still you rise.
We acknowledge that the land on which we are gathered is the ancestral home or hunting grounds of the Caddo, Wichita, Osage, Quapaw, Kiowa, Comanche, Plains Apache, and other tribes. In present day, this is the home of the Muskogee, Cherokee, and Osage Nation. We honor and respect Oklahoma's 39 sovereign nations, as well as all Native people that call this land home.
Jonah, do you have your backpack?
Yes.
You got your glasses on?
Yes.
You got your shoes on?
Yes.
Are you ready for school?
Yes.
Do you have your mask?
Yes.
We wear a mask to keep us safe, right?
Yes.
We got to keep our community safe
Yes.
and ourselves safe. So
Yes.
put your mask on so we can go. Say, go Sandites.
Go Sandites!
He Delawenti Mamekas. Hi, my name is Kayla McGee. I am Turtle Clan of the Delaware Tribe of Indians. My mother is Erica Zuniga and my grandfather is Curtis Zuniga. Today, I'm come to tell you the meaning of this dress. It's the jingle dress. It is a healing dress. It is known that the sounds of these cones were to help bring the prayers to the Creator in times of need. And today, I'm here to dance this way to take those prayers to the Creator.
On the far end of the Trail of Tears was a promise.
We are still here.
We are still here.
We are still here.
We are still here.
We're still here.
We are still here.
We are still here.
Good afternoon. I'm Carmelita Skeeter. I'm the CEO of Indian Healthcare Resource Center, and I would like to welcome all of you for the, well, I guess you would say visual instead of attendance at the Native American Day. I know that you have worked very hard, and we have worked very hard this past year with all of the health issues that we have encumbered. I would like to thank everyone that has participated in the committee. I know they've done a lot of work, and hopefully next year we can do all of this in person. When we did it in person a couple of years ago, it was outstanding. Having the Indian community to put on a full day of activities for the city of Tulsa is fantastic. I think that we are remiss in getting a lot of attention for the Native American community and our people. I would like to wish everyone a good year, and please, all of you, get the vaccine for COVID. It does work. You may feel bad for a while, but you will be much more healthy and very, very happy that you did it. Please get your family to get vaccinated. We want to save Indians every place. Thank you.
The tribe's philanthropy has not just been in the rural areas where many tribal members tend to live, but they've been in Oklahoma City and Tulsa, Norman and Lawton. Nonprofit organizations in Oklahoma receive millions of dollars from tribal generosity.
I sit on 11 boards. Every one of them are fundraising in one way or another. The first name at the top of every list are the tribes.
The impact they have is really unquantifiable and transformational. Infrastructure, jobs, economic development.
This philanthropy has been part of their responsibility as citizens of Oklahoma, and they care about this state. They care about it deeply.
I work with United Way of Central Oklahoma, and they are oftentimes the major contributors to our member agencies.
We are so fortunate to have the support of the tribes. They really sit at the table with us, finding solutions to some of the most difficult issues as it deals with homelessness, as it deals with domestic violence, mental health, addiction. We have not in Oklahoma City had a strong program in housing. When we came up with a plan with the tribes at the table, they actually funded that program to help support affordable affordable housing in Oklahoma City, and we now have the start of a program that actually is growing and growing, but it would have never happened without the tribe's initial support.
What I don't think a lot of people understand is how the tribes fill that need so greatly in rural communities. And I see the tribes doing a great service to our state and saving a lot of taxpayer dollars because they're providing everything from trucks for first responders and a lot of funding in our fire departments and police, from youth services to education. The tribes are actively involved in STEM education and investment to help us be able to have that future workforce that we need for a thriving Oklahoma.
The purpose of the Integris Foundation is to connect donors and grateful patients with our health system and our areas of care that they are passionate about. And through their philanthropic gifts, they make a difference in the lives of our patients every day. The Integris Foundation has had a long history of support from the tribes here in the state of Oklahoma.
Well, the tribes have always been very, very generous with the University of Oklahoma. Their impact can be felt at the Health Sciences Center and the Harold Hamm Diabetes Center, can be felt in student programs for Native peoples on the Norman campus. But certainly the impact that the tribes have had is in the millions of dollars at the University of Oklahoma.
The contributions that we receive from the tribes are significant and have been transformational for our organization. They are today our largest donor, so they help us to make sure that we can make the arts accessible to all. The arts are integral to quality of life. We need to have a thriving arts community so that we can attract businesses, so that we can attract talent. I would be hard-pressed to find an Oklahoman who has not been impacted by the generosity of the tribes.
They've really stepped up and taken care of their tribal members, but they've gone well beyond that. And they've done things that affect all Oklahomans in very, very positive light.
You can't go to an event or look at a donor list of a major initiative and not see tribal names on that list as supporters.
They've helped feed hungry families, anything related to health and social services. I can tell you the tribes have been engaged in and finding solutions and supportive of the nonprofit sector. The only consistency you have is with the tribes. And there have been times they've increased their giving when we've needed it, so we don't lose ground on social services.
What I can imagine is what kind of investment we would make to recruit organizations that provide not only 96,000 jobs, but also build hospitals, also invest over $40 million in road construction.
I grew up here. We're taught your word is everything and that you honor that and that integrity. And the tribes have always honored their word, their handshake agreement. It really is what the Oklahoma Standard is based on.
When I talk to other CEOs or other United Ways around the country, they frequently are envious of the relationship that we have with tribes in Oklahoma.
Their insight and their contributions, not only in terms of dollars, but time and their talent has also been substantial.
If the tribes had to scale back on the kind of investment that they're making now, particularly in our nonprofit sector, I mean, that would just absolutely be devastating. It would be like taking so many steps backwards.
There's so many lives that have been impacted by their charitable gifts that it's become part of the fabric of being an Oklahoman. At the end of the day, they are changing someone's life. And they take that seriously, and it's intentional, and it's meaningful, and it's really a beautiful thing.
We are United for Oklahoma, committed to mutual respect, shared strength, and productive partnerships. To join the conversation, visit unitedforoklahoma.com.
OCO, I am Joe Deere, Caducee District Counselor for Cherokee Nation. My district covers Tulsa, Sperry, Catoosa, Owasso, and parts of Skiatook and Collinsville. And I am a commissioner on the Tulsa Tribal Affairs Commission. Native American Day in Tulsa gives us an opportunity to speak about the strong and vibrant Native community that exists here in Tulsa. This last year, we have shown our hereditary resilience in the face of disease and oppression. The Cherokee Nation and other tribes in Tulsa, such as our Muskogee and Osage neighbors, opened up our clinics to all Oklahomans and worked to get the vaccination rates on our reservations in Tulsa and in Oklahoma higher than the surrounding areas. We fought desperately to protect and save our elders and language keepers. We have long memories of how disease can decimate a tribe, and we took the lead in Oklahoma early on in testing and vaccinating and implementing policies that would keep our communities safe and healthy. Cherokee Nation saw the need for mass production of PPE, and we opened our PPE manufacturing plant on our reservation. We have donated its products to school systems in Tulsa and surrounding areas, including Owasso and Catoosa. This last year, we passed legislation concerning another disadvantaged population by enforcing the codes written on missing and murdered Indigenous women. The Tulsa Native community is continually involved in allowing more access to personal power through voter rights and registration. We as Native people thrive in our resilience. We stand strong through adversity, and we persist. I am proud to be a Native Tulsan of Native ancestry. So enjoy this virtual Native American Day in Tulsa and stay safe. It's a celebration for our people. Wodo.
OCO, my name is Mark Wilson, an enrolled member of the Cherokee Nation, and I'm honored to present our dancers for our program today. First up, we have our Northern Fancy Shawl dancers, a dance that originated from up north that has made its way all across Indian country, especially here to Oklahoma today. This particular style of dance is very athletic, very artistic, very colorful. You'll notice that the dancers move to the beat of the Northern song that they're dancing to. One of my favorite competitions is to watch our Northern Fancy Shawl dancers compete in this circle, this arena. Next up, we have several selections offered up by our Cherokee Nation Youth Choir. We're honored to have this outstanding group again be part of this year's celebration.
Ani o mi jilu ni jagu
Our mission is to present our histories and our cultural lifeways from a contemporary viewpoint to a broader public. The First Americans Museum mission is to present our history and our cultural lifeways and our way of thinking from an indigenous perspective, and in particular from the 39 tribes here in Oklahoma, and we're working with all 39 tribes that are present in Oklahoma to tell these stories and to bring those voices of those tribes to the forefront and being able to tell our stories.
I am incredibly excited about what's going to happen for First Americans Museum. Opening day is just day one, and the plans for where we want to take First Americans Museum in the future both expanding our capacity to provide international, national, and regionally significant exhibitions for our audiences, as well as finally figuring out what it is that we can do that serves our community beyond simply being a colonial institution of a museum with galleries. This is the thing that we haven't done yet. As we have explored our role with the tribal communities and thinking about how their contributions are helping us to get open, what we haven't fully explored yet is what our role is in helping the tribal communities. What is that reciprocity going to be back to them? I believe that there is a fundamentally unanswered question when the museums, and First Americans Museum, I think, will be a leader in that, when museums can think back, not just what has been taken from Native American communities, what has been taken from First Americans as far as history and land and all of that. So, what can a visitor expect when visiting First Americans Museum? We've prepared 2 inaugural exhibitions for the South Wing. Oklahoma, located in the Tribal Nations Gallery, speaks to the collective history of the 39 tribal nations in Oklahoma. The institution uses an indigenous first-person voice for our galleries. To cultivate this voice, we work with the 4 R's of indigenous research: respect, reciprocity, relationships, and responsibility. These core tenets inform all of our work with our project partners, including the critically important consultations with the 39 tribal communities. The Origins Theater initiates the chronological section, with each zone addressing both the timeline of events that shifted our worlds and the circular spaces that allow us to share what it was to live that history as Indigenous people. We turn the corner to explore the living landscapes where we examine what it is to be a First American today. This is done by looking at how we are represented or misrepresented, as the case may be, the importance of sports and games, and the trope of the warrior. Upstairs on the mezzanine gallery, we share Winneco, Life of an Object. This exhibition features a major loan from the Smithsonian, with whom we have worked to connect these objects removed from our communities with their culture and their people. This is really the type of critical cultural work that a museum like FAM can do that has not been done before.
Once there was nothing, and all the creatures gathered together and made a song, and only then was there substance and light. This light, illuminating the straining backs of the origin creatures, hard at work, delivering the song, our existence.
Nish sent Tasha, the wolf, to help guide us, and gave our Qadi, our chiefs, the drum and song so our people would follow.
They thought the Indian people were devils or animals, and we didn't know nothing.
The loss of land, the loss of culture, the loss of language, the loss of identity, all of that loss created an intergenerational PTSD. Baby, no, just baby. I was raised by my Creek grandmother. My grandmother, she told me that her grandmother was on the Trail of Tears. And she said that when they were marching us over, that when nighttime fell, that they would put the Creeks in a tight circle, and that they would start moving the howitzers to surround them, and that the soldiers were setting up camp, and that at a certain point in the evening, they began to play this one bugle tune. And Grandma said that the mothers would pick up the children, and when they heard that tune, they began to sing Baby Nojas. Every tribe I've ever talked to said we don't have a word for goodbye. And so the Creeks, they say, Tihichakathis, we will see each other again.
Chipisla Cho, I'll see you later.
Hadam Chihichakathis, it means again we will see you.
It is a flow of people that come from Oklahoma, and it's, you know, I'm involved with the Muskogee Creek at-large association here in New Mexico, and a majority of our Creek citizens and Seminole citizens live out of, out of the original allotted lands there. So when people come to the Institute of American Indian Arts, that's one place. Other people come out for the Gathering of Nations and big tribal events, and they don't leave. You know, I came out here just for a semester or two, and I never left. And I started getting involved in, not only in the culture, but there's the culture of the arts. And so the Southwest has such a rich and deep history in the creative arts. So I knew that I had a lot to draw from in my Oklahoma roots and my Creek and Seminole roots, and being involved with the Southwest Association for Indian Arts, I received a grant to a fellowship to go study. So I went back, and I was also a National Museum of the American Indian Smithsonian Art Fellow, and I studied the collections that they held in Suitland, Maryland, and also in Manhattan, and at the Peabody Essex or near Boston. So studying these collections was it was hard, because realizing our people have been collected in that way was horrible. you know, there's just massive warehouses of our belongings, or of us, or our remembrances. So that became a new fire to me, to be a creative and having new things to show our resilience, to show our creativity, and that we're still connected and we still have things to say in all these different mediums. So my challenge as an Oklahoma person moving into the Southwest, and I see the art, the elite levels of art here, and I had something to draw from that was special and unique. And I am eager to bring these things back to Oklahoma. And it's special to be appreciated by your community. And I think First American Museum is a place for that.
I am an oil painter and a mixed media artist, and I'm just very honored to be a part of this process. I was sent quite a bit of information. There's 9 objects that are represented within the piece, and they're considered part of the exhibit, I believe, called Reunion, but Reunion of the Objects. These objects were traced back to the original families that own them. So in my piece, a 10-foot by 2-foot painting, which is one of the largest I've done so far to this date, I used those objects and borrowed like symbols from them. They also gave me the color palette for the galleries, so it could match through there. So I focused on the background, then put a midground with the objects, and then in the foreground we have figures, and all the figures are from that research, and so that's kind of how the piece came together.
The design is based on the first time I met my grandmother. It's 2 squash leaves that are not superimposed, but they're more on top of each other, and they both open up. And it speaks about the relationship of women in our tribe. And so really it's a reflection of my grandmother and my mother. 2 wonderful people, 2 very different people. And I love the way that the positive and negative space of the orange and black here plays this wonderful design application. And the negative space actually is the thing that I'm really cognizant of as I create designs. And it really just kind of, for me as a modern artist, I'm thinking about how this area is about how we look at things and how we respond to life in that negative space. And so hopefully it's a good way to live, and you know, it has been a good way to live, but it's a good way that we think about how we want to live as modern people.
I think what can we do now to make a difference in the lives of those that follow us? You know, that's the important part, because if when we don't do our job here, they're not going to have the opportunity down there. And that fundamentally, no kidding, applies to what's going on in the world right now. If we don't do the things we need to do to ensure the survival of, you know, our family and our family's family and our family's family, then we haven't, you know, we're not doing what we should be doing.
My name is Lynn Adams, and this is my grandson, Oliver Reed Flores, and this is my granddaughter, Sky Ann Flores. Well, I'm actually not the FAM founder, it's my grandchildren. I wanted them to be FAM founders. I just feel like it's really important for them to participate in something that's really, really significant, and I wanted them to be part of it from the very beginning, because I want them, as they grow older, I want them to learn more about the Native American heritage. I wanted them to be just part of this community. I do encourage people to participate in this. This is a really groundbreaking opportunity. This is such an amazing museum and such an amazing accomplishment, and I've watched it grow over the years, and I just really wanted them to be part of it as they grow up.
I'm the publishing editor of First American Art Magazine, very similarly named. Like many people from Oklahoma, I've heard about this museum, the plan, for like ages. And I'm so excited it's finally happening. It's needed for this area. It's so needed. I knew how important it was to have this, so I definitely wanted to staunchly and publicly voice my support. My father used to teach Oklahoma history, and he'd be like, this is an exciting place. So many exciting things are happening here. But I do think you need indigenous voices to get the most accurate picture of what this region means. And it's so vital and important today. So I think everyone benefits from knowing the Native perspective. Oklahoma in the entire world is a hotspot for endangered languages, and I'm really excited about the potential for this institution to serve the language community, all these tribal languages that are revitalizing and teaching the next generation. That's a world treasure.
The special thing about the First Americans Museum is that, for one, we have an all-Native curatorial team. Everybody in our curatorial team is a member of a tribe here in Oklahoma. And it's been done before on a smaller scale, maybe with smaller exhibits, but in our case, we are telling our history, our Native Oklahoma history, from the perspectives of our tribal members. And there's a whole side of history that's never been told or has been ignored that we're able to tell now at the First Americans Museum. And bringing these objects from the Smithsonian helps us tell that story. These objects are really a metaphor for what happened to Native peoples. That same thing that happened to us happened to these objects and vice versa. And so bringing these objects back will help tell us that story of that particular time period. But we're very excited that nothing on this scale has been done before. We're coming at this vantage point from the first person perspective, not from the third person perspective, which is what you would typically see in a museum. So we're telling our stories in our own voice. And in some cases, we are surrogates for these objects and telling their stories with their voice through us. And so I think it'll be interesting to see what the reaction is to the general public when we open the exhibits and people read the narrative that we have there, and then even with some of the interviews that we're doing and hearing the voices of our Native peoples talk about these things. It's never been done on this scale before.
We going on down. We going on down. We going on down. We going on down. Down to Muskogee down. Down to Muskogee down. Down to Muskogee down. Down to Muskogee down. We yona. We yona. We yona. We yona. We yona. We yona.
Next on our program, we have our Southern Dancers, a dance that originates right here from our great state of Oklahoma. Some of our outstanding dancers compete in our Southern categories. And these men and women, dressed in their regalia from their respective tribes, sometimes passed down from generation to generation, family to family. A very beautiful style of dance. Love the Southern singing that accompanies our dancers in this arena. And we're proud to call many of our Southern champion dancers that hail right here from our great state of Oklahoma.
Hey,
Thank you, everyone. We're Medicine Horse. It's great to be here tonight. Are we ready? just from yesterday, we were here and played a show. And I wanted to clarify some things for everybody on this eve of Native American Heritage Appreciation Day, which is on Monday. Our songs are stories. I love to tell stories. These are our stories, and they're stories that should be heard by everyone. And I know the music is not for everyone, but the stories are. So I hope that you hear that part of what we're doing today. And our stories don't contain any words that I wouldn't say to my grandmother at our dinner table, but I can see how they might sound profane if you confuse profanity with anger. But there's a very big difference between the two. And I'm not profane, I'm just angry. And anger is a stage of grief. So I'm not just angry for no reason, I'm grieving. I'm grieving the loss of my missing and murdered Indigenous sisters. I'm grieving the missing children buried in unmarked graves at residential schools. But I know that the next stage of grief is acceptance. And I'm not accepting the way that things are, I'm accepting the responsibility to be the change that I want to see. I'm accepting the responsibility to be the turning tide. So that's what this song is called. This is The Turning Tide.
One million miles wide.
So this is a ghost story for you guys. It's time of year for ghost stories. This is a song called Latish. When the cypress grows and baby gets on air and souvenirs of you. Wretched babe, born on Lake Coco Tree dwell in desperation she cried, Mon Dieu, mon Dieu, cette belle is dry. What-o. All right, this will be our last song.
Lost in the bamboo, dreaming of rain and a green grass bed. The air is hot like a fire breath. Every step I am close, turn away in a bed. The pale makeup surround me. Cool cold push me ever, further ahead. Wish that a river would drown me. But these ghosts in the pit continue to spread. Bone tired and blind, not human and kind. These shackles that bind. You wanna see me unwind. You wanna see me. You wanna see me. You wanna see me.
Today is Oklahoma Native Celebration 2019. It is at the beautiful site here at the gathering place near the Arkansas River. There's about 7 different tribes here. We're performing, storytelling, flute playing, dancing.
We have dart throwing, we have stickball, authentic food. We have a fashion show, music you can hear behind me. Also, the community of Tulsa is coming together.
We've had a great turnout. A lot of natives from other tribes have come over. This event is an opportunity to keep our cultures alive of the different tribes.
Talking to everybody is really neat. I'm a people person. I like to see everybody smiling, have fun, taking pictures. We have everything laid out on the table so they can touch and feel, but we're dressed so you can see where everything goes.
Most of my stuff is handmade. I want to be historically accurate, so I do a lot of research on this. Kind of see, an accurate description of what a Seminole election looks like.
One thing I really liked about today is that it's been authentic. It's been us leading the narrative about who we are and being able to invite the public to come in and share that with us.
It's the Oklahoma Tribal Celebration.
It's the Oklahoma Tribal Celebration.
It's the Oklahoma Tribal Celebration at the Gathering Place.
Next up are our Northern traditional grass dancers. Again, one of my favorite categories. This dance originated from up north and again has made its way all the way down here to Indian country in our backyard here in Oklahoma. You'll notice our grass dancers emulate the swaying, the movement of the grass, that northern grass. They dance to that particular beat of that northern song. Very athletic, very artistic, very fluid. These dancers compete for prize money all throughout Indian country, and we're honored to have them be with us today. Enjoy.
Hello, I'm Sid McAnally, President and CEO of One Gas. It's our honor to be a part of the 2021 Tulsa Native American Day and to celebrate with all of you. Thank you to the Greater Tulsa Area Indian Affairs Commission for hosting this event, and many thanks to the tribal leaders and those of you who are sharing your wisdom and talent today. I want to send a special thank you to all the Event Day volunteers for helping bring this exciting day together, including our One Gas employee resource group, Native One. Our Native One members help foster relationships within our community to provide our employees with education, awareness, resources, and amazing opportunities like this one. This year's event theme, Rise to Resilience, is meaningful in many ways. Events of the past year have called each of us for a new kind of resilience as together we've navigated the COVID-19 pandemic. My thanks to all of you for being a part of today's event.
Hey!
Each year, more than 12,000 Native Americans find health and hope at Indian Healthcare Resource Center. We provide state-of-the-art health and wellness services to all Native Americans in the greater Tulsa area. In addition to cutting-edge adult and pediatric medical care, we also provide on-site x-ray, lab, mammography, optometry, dental, child psychiatry, and behavioral health services. Indian Healthcare Resource Center of Tulsa, providing quality care to Native Americans.
For Kelly Gonzalez, art is a way to merge activism and traditional Cherokee values. At a moment in time when the United States is being rocked by differing political and social views, Kelly does not back down from making statements.
My grandparents named me Kelad. Keladi is a word that means part of a group. And I always try to remember that when I'm doing something, because I'm not me by myself doing this. Like, I have so much support, I have people around me, I have people I'm a part of a community, I'm part of a family. So I think of what those people will think of what I'm making. Hopefully they're proud of that. I kind of like this spot, like this underneath the deal. Yeah. Trying to find a really good spot for this image, for this mural. Kayla Dawado, my name is Kelly Gonzalez. I'm from Welling, Oklahoma. I live in Tahlequah right now. I'm a Cherokee artist. I grew up in a very small community, very close cousins, more like siblings, next door neighbors to my grandparents who spoke Cherokee and would teach us little words and things like that. They didn't teach our parents because I think they thought that there wasn't a place for that whenever, when they would get older. The language was around, but that's really all there was. My dad was a pretty good artist, and I thought he was the best artist in the world. Like, anything that he drew, I was just amazed, and I just wanted to be like that. So any little thing that I would draw, I would put them all together and show everybody, and started making comic books when I was like 11. A lot of times I just wanted to see a girl, a brown girl would be cool, if they were like the leader of something or fighting something, not someone that needed to be saved. I felt like that was empowering for me, but also I thought there are other little girls like me who are looking for that and who need that. Common themes in my work are women, women with weapons, women who are intimidating. I know we're not always like that, but I wanted to portray us as like people you wouldn't mess with, basically. So a lot of times I'll put in things that are involved in our cosmology or like symbols, and also language. Language is big. I don't usually put English into my stuff because I want people to ask the question, like, what does this mean? And sometimes I don't tell them what it means. Sometimes it's like, maybe you should learn the syllabary. Any language that I put into my work, I talk to a speaker and I ask them, what does this mean? Not just, what does this mean in English, but what does this mean? And that way, when people ask me, I can tell them, and then they'll know that little bit, I want to inspire other people to think about it and place importance on it. The language is very complicated, so it discourages people a lot of the time, but I think just trying is all we can do. Younger people need to think that culture is cool in order to participate, because if it's not relevant to them, then they don't care, Because that's how I was, and I thought it would be cool to make it Cherokee specific. And I wanted to portray us accurately and for what we are. My big influences are cartoons and The Simpsons mainly. Flat art is where it's at for me for some reason. I like bold lines. If you look at old Mississippian era designs, like shell carvings, the people, they're just that's cartoons, and it's so old. Like this tattoo that I have is one of my favorites, but the symmetry on this is amazing. I love, our ancestors were amazing artists, they were amazing designers, and that's the style they use. And so I'm just learning from our ancestors, I guess. I'm a big advocate for tattoo revitalization and getting traditional tattoos. And then I have this one, which is how I sign my artwork. And I didn't want to put my name, but I put my tattoo because people would know. People would know. This is identity. And so I put it on my right arm because this is the hand that I draw with. I just try to put good intentions into everything that I do. That way it's good medicine when it's out there. I'm working out a big 4 direction symbol, and it's for Pride Month, because a lot of times our Two-Spirit people in our communities don't feel included or represented, so I wanted to do something for them. It'll have syllabary. It's a learning process for me. Never painted a mural before. I'm not someone who's constantly drawing, so my process more like it comes from me seeing something and having a reaction to that, and sometimes it's a negative reaction and I don't know what to do with those feelings because maybe the issue is bigger than I am. And I think as a people, as Native people, a lot of times we're expected to be quiet and not say anything and be, good. But I can draw something that says something about that, and that's my way of confronting these things. I also want to let people know what my values are and what my beliefs are. I think if we can say it in our language, then it means something, Language is important to me because I don't have it. Like, I know I have parts of it, but I don't have it. And, I might even cry. But it makes me sad to know that I can't talk to my grandparents in the way that their heart's language, like that sounds really hokey kind of, but like that's how they understand the world. And I can strive to be that, but it's really hard. It would take a long time to become fluent. And so I want to urge people, like, this is something that's really, really important. That's where our culture is. It's in that language, and it's all together. Like that symbol, it's all tied in. Everything influences everything else. Being Cherokee is just who I am, and I just try to remind myself that is who I am, because for a long time I wasn't sure. It's not just a heritage, it's not just something that is like far away from me. It's something that I live every day and participate in and hope to perpetuate our ways and our things. And so it's Nudale Ogadana Ti Jogi Yawi. Just we are two-spirited people. I hope that people have more pride in themselves too, with how I am proud of myself for being Cherokee and proud of being Cherokee, and hopefully that inspires other people to be proud as well.
Hello, PSO, Public Service Company of Oklahoma, has been a proud sponsor of Native American Day here in Tulsa since 2019. Our print shop has sponsored the poster work, and our Nation Employee Resource Group has provided hours and hours of volunteer to support this great effort. The theme of this year's event is Rise to Resilience, which I think is a great indicative theme for what we've been dealing with this last year, responding to the pandemic, emphasizing the strength and importance of the Native American community and the overall importance PSO places on its employee resource groups, such as Nation. Our Nation group provides an honorarium to each year's artist. The featured artist for 2021 is Stephen Paul Judd from Kiowa and Choctaw here in Oklahoma. PSO is a proud sponsor of this event. PSO recognizes the great importance of emphasizing Native American culture in our community and among our company, which is why we're happy to sponsor the posters for this event. Hope you have a fantastic event.
Ngufti Scott was the most influential Cherokee shell carver in recent history. We were lucky enough to spend time with Ngufti before he passed away, along with countless students whom he taught over several decades.
You notice how I try to leave everybody alone as they're working? I can tell if they're doing something wrong by listening to the machine. Yeah. Back in 1988, the Cherokee Tribal Council renamed the purple shell mussel to Mankiller pearl shell in honor of Wilma P. Mankiller, our first elected female principal chief. So now, instead of calling this the purple shell mussel, we refer to it as the Mankiller pearl shell. And these shells, you can tell by how old they are by the growth rings. And when they're cut, you can see them in the side of the shell, like on this one. When it's cut, you can see the growth rings show up. So something like this might have been 20 years old, and they'll grow up to be 300. But these are all native shell to the local lakes and rivers here in Oklahoma. You even find them out there about Lawton and Medicine Park, and you find them different places, Osage County. And the reason I found this one when I was looking for artifacts and fishing lures out at Tin Killer, I saw that rainbow color down in the mud, and when I pulled it up and wiped it off and felt it, I knew I had something big enough, thick enough, colorful enough, and pretty enough to make shell gorget and beads out of. So that's how I got started in that back in 1975.
As an artist, I'm looking for a direction, and I've gained that direction from my heritage and from nature and those things that are around me. And I've looked into it so hard that I've tried to find a true direction for myself, and I feel like I'm getting a lot of strength from those things from nature, from my heritage. And I think this is what's helping me continue on and try to put all this into shell work and to keep up this work.
Mr. Scott, right?
That's good, Crystal. You need to work a little bit on your coloring technique on the inside cross. Cover up the white spaces. I teach elementary Indian art, and so basically I have to teach the fundamentals of art. So I have to teach basic shapes and basic designs, and I use the traditional motifs in doing that, especially the circle, the square, the triangle. Teaching these basic forms to the children and showing them how to put them together into these different motifs. And then also I can teach them the names of the motifs and what the designs represent. The leader will come out and he'll start out. And so my main curriculum is based on the study of Indian art. And I feel this is so important because most of the little Indian kids there don't really have a background in their own traditional culture. What they know is what they see on TV and through the movies, and it's just like little white kids too. They have a stereotyped view of what the Indian is. They all feel that we lived in teepees and rode horses on the plains and hunted the buffalo. And so I'm trying to teach more about our traditional culture of the southeastern Indian woodland period. It came over like this and then was attached to it down here.
I can't say it gets easier from here, but when I get finished with this one, it's going to be a scarf tie. I'm trying to get all the men to replace the traditional tie that they wear when they dress up in formal wear with a Cherokee scarf tie. So this black scarf will go through it and hang up the bottom and then it goes up on your neck like that. Change the fashion world. Right. When I cut a shell apart, I try to use everything. So this is a natural form, and if I decide to shell where the muscles attached right here and here, and this makes a natural teardrop shape. And then a long hinge right here is like a feather to me, so I started cutting these out like feathers. And then on the inside here, you can get a cat's eye effect. And the thicker outer part right here I use for beads to make for the necklaces. This is kind of the piece that comes from the bottom down here, the crescent face, along this part, fashioned into this. So my intention to begin with was try to cut it apart and use every little bit. And I even have one student, Crystal Hannah, that takes the saw blade remnants and use it in her clay work, because during the Mississippian times, they use these shells to burn them and add them to the clay body to make the pottery stronger through the firing. So that's how you identify a Mississippian piece of pottery, by the shell flakes.
This is my chain that I'm going to put on here, and then I put those little beads on there that I had before. And this is the way I'm going to hang it like that.
Oh, great, yeah. Did you decide what color you want to paint that?
I thought I'd do the wine color or the maroon or whatever color that is. Yeah, because I like that color.
Yeah. And you made this chain?
Yeah.
We did a good job. Yeah, there's essentially 7 steps to the shell work. The most important step is the first step, finding the right shell for the job you're going to do. Then the second one is to lay it out and cut it. Third step is to grind it into shape. Then you want to sand it a little bit. Then you have to drill a suspension hole, or you're going to make a pair of earrings or a gorget necklace, something like that. And then you go back and sand it some more.
I was taught that if something good exists, it never dies. It's always there, and it just needs to be, I guess, stumbled upon again or rewoken. That it's never ceased to exist. It's still there. And this is what I feel about the shell work, is that it's never really ceased. It's always been there. And maybe this was one way that the old Indian people felt that they could communicate with us here in the future. And here the Indian people have been doing this for the last 2,000 years, so now it's kind of come full turn, and everybody's starting to look at these things again and realizing the design importance and the impact that it has. Even though they are very, very old, they've never lost their vitality or their freshness. They have so much strength and so much power to them that sometimes in the art world, you want to incorporate that into your work somehow to give that strength, to capture that. And so that's what I've been trying to do, is to continue that on and to capture that strength and vitality. And maybe if other people can see this, they can feel it too.
You know raccoons love mussels?
Yeah.
A long time ago, Cherokees loved mussels too. But nowadays, squirrels still love mussel meat, but Cherokees have switched over to hog.
More meat, less effort.
Halito, Suhochufiliat Chelsea Her, Chata Ahoyosia. Hello, I'm Chelsea Her, citizen of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma and curator for Indigenous Art and Culture at Gilcrease Museum here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm happy to be here virtually to celebrate our city's Native American Day with you. I'm speaking to you from the unceded territory of the Osage Nation, who were the original stewards of this land, along with the Wichita, Caddo, Quapaw, Pawnee, and other communities who have called this land home since before the influx of other tribes under federal policies of forced removal and eventual land runs by settlers. As a guest on their land, I'm indebted to their hospitality, I respect their individual histories, and I recognize their status as sovereign nations. In Tulsa, we also stand at the meeting places of the reservations of the Cherokee Nation and the Muskogee Nation, and in proximity to a total of 39 federally recognized tribes in what is now the state of Oklahoma. In honor of Tulsa's Native American Day, I'll be talking about a recent acquisition to the Gilcrease Museum's collection, which is a large-scale oil painting by the artist Yetica Star Fields. This work directly references Native American church materials that are held across several collection areas at Gilcrease, including our art, anthropology, and archive departments. I would like to say that I am not a participant or practitioner in the Native American church, so it is not my place to talk about the function of the church. Rather, through engaging with Fields' artwork, which was intended for public display, and through his own research in Gilcrease's collections and archives, we can examine the role of museums in the maintenance and mediation of Indigenous cultural practices. Before we discuss this painting, which is titled Half Moon Night and Remembrance, it's important to understand Fields' background and artistic career. Fields is an Osage, Cherokee, and Muskogee artist originally from the Tulsa area. His body of work evidences his early interest in street art and graffiti aesthetics, which have informed his practice when painting on canvas, and Half Moon Night and Remembrance is no exception. This 6-foot by 6-foot painting was created during his time in the Tulsa Artist Fellowship, and it was originally on view at Gilcrease for a group exhibition called Recall, Respond between November 2019 and March 2020. This piece demonstrates how his artwork, especially those on canvas, can be just as monumental as large-scale murals. In his statement for this painting, Fields said, quote, "I visited the Gilcrease collections to gather information on Plains Indian ceremonial articles, specifically the gourds and rattles used in ceremonial practices of the Native American Church. The fire, songs, and singing brought each of these gourds to dance with rhythm to the processions of the night. They all hold recollections and memories. They all still hold the powers of those meetings." End quote. While this artwork itself is a static, two-dimensional oil painting on canvas, it still has a feeling of being alive, of having its own sense of vitality, movement, and energy that seem to reverberate from the surface of the canvas. Using bold, painterly strokes of vivid color against a relatively monochromatic background, Fields references items in the Gilcrease collections, including gourd rattles and feather fans from across the Plains region. There's a certain critical irony in Fields' representation of Native American church materials from our museum's collection. While the painting itself appears full of energy, movement, and even sound, the spiritually significant items from our anthropology collection, from which the artist drew his inspiration, are no longer used in their original fashion. The drums no longer sound with the timbre of their heartbeat-like rhythm. The rattles no longer shake in time with song, and the fans no longer waft the practitioner's prayers towards the sky. Rather, these items lay dormant, sleeping in the quiet spaces of museum storage. With that in mind, Fields' painting now seems to demand of the viewer questions such as, what and how do these items remember, and how do we remember these items? These questions seem appropriate for this day, when we celebrate the resilience of Native peoples, and we remember the honor, sacrifices, and teachings of those who came before us. If you would like more information on the collections at Gilcrease, and on Fields' painting in particular, please visit our website at collections.gilcrease.org. Yakoki, thank you for joining me today.
When it comes to Cherokee cooking, Chef Nico Albert takes pride in pushing her recipes to the next level. And as the lead singer of a metal band in her spare time, really, her whole life is next level.
That's part of being a chef, is that you watch someone and they're eating and you see a smile or you see an emotional reaction to what you're giving to someone. Food and music, you get that reaction from people. You know, you can see when someone's nodding their head or you can see when they're not. There's like that motivation to get a reaction out of people, to feel understood when you're sharing something like that. My name is Nico Albert, and I'm a citizen of the Cherokee Nation, and I'm a chef here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Growing up in California, it was just like paradise, you know, and I don't think I ever took that for granted as a kid. Like, I fully appreciated how wonderful everything was there.
She was a bookworm, she was teacher's pet, she was, winning all kinds of awards for writing, and she was just this really gung-ho, wonderful student. All of the teachers just loved her.
And then my dad got transferred and we moved to Phoenix, and being taken out of the place that I grew up and known my whole life and then dropped in kind of in the middle of the desert, it was like, a desert in so many ways. It was a really lonely place. I was angry at my parents for uprooting us and for moving us to this new place. And I was angry at my environment for not welcoming me in the way that would have made things easy for me. I definitely had a phase of teenage rebellion. I kind of fell in love with punk rock and hardcore music. And I thought, someday someone's gonna ask me to be in their band, and then that's gonna be my life. And I'll, run off being in a punk band. I was a really big fan of Fugazi. I loved Fugazi. Just anything that had that kind of an energy. It felt rebellious, it felt angry, like it spoke to me in all those different ways. Being an outsider there, I was still part of something. And like it was a whole community of outsiders, and that really spoke to me. But at the same time, there's a dark side to it. I started drinking really heavily. No job lasted longer than a month. And I went through a few of those, and then eventually there just weren't anymore. And at the same time, my little brother and my mom and dad moved to Oklahoma, and I was left in Phoenix. And I called my mom and I said, "Will you please help me?" And she bought me a plane ticket, and I flew to Oklahoma. When I got to Oklahoma, it immediately made me feel at home. My mother made sure that we knew that we were Cherokee. That was always part of our identity. We always made food from scratch, and we made it together. We always had this connection to the land. She always had a garden.
So these seem a little big, but they haven't started curling yet, so that's what size you want, right?
Because, you want it to curl like that, huh? Can I chop it up?
Mm-hmm.
My mom was always telling me, you should be a chef, you should cook. And it wasn't until I moved to Tulsa that I finally decided, it would be something I would be good at. I could still be passionate about music and art and whatever else, and this could be a career for me.
There's a little patch of yarrow right there, some young. No, there's a whole bunch of it too. There's some right here, and there's some right here.
This is kind of
definitely got a flavor.
It's like licorice, kind of.
Strong.
Yeah. I'd met native friends that would forage for onions and have wild onions and eggs at home, and they brought some for me to try, and that was something that made me feel a connection to the Cherokee people and feel a part of the tribe. And it just felt so powerful to me that that was something that I could connect to, that I pursued it with everything I had. And then it just grew. I started incorporating it into professional cooking at that very first job, actually, because I learned to make fry bread, years before that. And they wanted to do Indian tacos, and nobody there knew how to make fry bread. But I said, well, I do. I'm Cherokee, and I can make fry bread. I felt like I owned my identity as a Cherokee person, and then I was sharing it with other people. And it was just a powerful feeling that I've been exploring ever since that. Once I got to Oklahoma, the group of people that I really connected with and found some really strong friendships with, a lot of them were musicians. And so the music was always around and part of my life. My entire social life was music. I didn't really dive in musically until I started spending more time at metal shows. All of that, years that I had really wanted to really be in a band and have that be a creative outlet for me in a real way, it became real. It's like when you share food with someone and you get that immediate reaction where they didn't expect that from you. It's just really rewarding. Learning about my culture has become part of my identity, is that I'm just constantly on this educational journey everywhere I go. Anytime people wanted to talk to a chef about Native food and culture, they started calling me about that. Food starts the conversation, and then it just blossoms into learning so much more about a person or their experience. Because of my position as a Native American chef in Oklahoma, I have all of these speaking engagements and catering engagements and educational opportunities. My goal right now is to use this platform and this opportunity that I've been given and use that voice to spread the message and the knowledge that I've been learning and growing to a wider group of people about Native food and traditional ingredients. Reconnecting ourselves to these plants and animals as relatives instead of as just ingredients. There was a show on the BBC called Hairy Bikers, which usually highlights different people's regional foods. And so they approached me about being that representative to talk about and share Cherokee food. And so that's what we did. We cooked a traditional meal, and it really was just a first look at the Cherokee people for people that had absolutely no context, And I feel like we represented what it is to be a modern Cherokee person and also carry with you the history that we have. This is the food that our ancestors have kept alive over generations. And through all of the trauma and the hardship that's happened to our people, it's still here. And we're here, and we make the same things that our ancestors made, and with the same seeds. It's not a heritage seed, it's not an heirloom seed, it's an ancestral seed, and it's still growing. Making sure that people know that, and that we are sovereign people holding on to our land and our traditions, it's priceless to be able to tell that story on such a large stage.
Last week, I received a call from a lady named Jan English that lives in South Carolina. She proceeded to explain to me that her brother had lived at Okemah Low Rent for 15 years and had moved to Tulsa, where he got sick and he eventually passed away, but she wanted to give back to the Okemah Low Rent community and wanted to donate some masks that she had made herself. So she made the masks for all of our tenants here at Okemah Low Rent and mailed those to me, and I got them in the mail today. And we are here today to deliver them door to door to all of our low rent tenants.
They don't look like Indians to me.
Our children today aren't able to be dismissive of this, mainstream story and imagery where we're not represented, and I think it has a deep psychological impact.
I think it has to be really challenged and disrupted, and that we have to really begin to realize Native characterization, in a far more dimensionalized sort of way. We need to see Native people as fully realized human beings. That is basically extermination. It's extermination by narrative.
The erasure of our people is so extensive that it has come to a point where it's not even intentionally trying to discredit Native people. We're not even in the room.
The story that's told about the country has to include the Native version of the story, or it's not accurate.
Illuminative was established to address all of these problems. And Illuminative is about shifting power, and it's about building a movement of many movements. The research showed that there's an incredible market demand for Native American stories and voices. And so there is an incredible opportunity here for Hollywood, entertainment, all kinds of institutions within pop culture to meet this audience demand that wants to hear Native stories. They want to know more, not only about Native history, but the contemporary realities and stories of Native peoples today.
Native people have changed. We're fully contemporary. We are contributing to society. We exist in all domains and spaces of American society.
Illuminative is addressing the distortion of Native American history in K-12 education by working in partnership with students and parents. Illuminative is addressing the invisibility within pop culture and media and ensuring that Native stories are being told. The time has come for this country to not only reconcile itself with its past, but its present. And only if we're going to build the future that we all want, we need to be able to move forward together.
The Muskogee Creek Nation Department of Health is now offering text alerts to all of its patients. Patients will be texted periodically from the Department of Health with updates on scheduling medications and alerts. You can opt out of these texts simply by replying with the number 2 to the messages. Stay safe, stay healthy from your Muskogee Creek Nation Department of Health.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Johnson, the Chief Executive Officer of the Tulsa City County Library. We at TCCL are proud to celebrate Native American Day, which centers around honoring America's tribal roots, but also encourages us to reflect on the dark history from which we must learn in order to heal and grow. Year-round, TCCL encourages our community to advocate for and learn about Oklahoma's rich American Indian heritage, as well as the present-day contributions of tribal nations. This goal is embodied in our American Indian Resource Center, the AIRC, which exists to help all library users honor the cultural life of Native Oklahoma, as well as the tribes that have called and still call this land home. The AIRC, led by Coordinator Teresa Reynolds, offers a robust collection of print and digital media for all ages that highlights American Indian culture. Library users get free access to more than 4,000 books, periodicals, and media for adults and children by and about American Indians. The AIRC also celebrates Native heritage through a curated lineup of specialized programs and annual award ceremonies that commemorate Native individuals. The AIRC has created deep and meaningful ties to local Native communities. One way the center supports TCCL's Native and non-Native customers is through educational opportunities, like weekly Indigenous language classes, which as an ode to resilience, continued virtually throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. These classes, as well as the robust schedule of American Indian focused activities in the annual summer reading program, are just a few of the long-running events now considered staples of what TCCL offers the community. Each winter, the Festival of Words presents family activities that help TCCL customers celebrate the history, culture, arts, and achievements of American Indians. In even years since 2004, the Circle of Honor Award presentation has celebrated an American Indian for their lifetime achievements. In odd number years since 2001, the American Indian Festival of Words Writers Award has recognized written contributions of outstanding American Indian creatives. It is the first and only award given by a public library to honor an American Indian writer. In fact, our AIRC is one of only 2 such resource centers in public libraries across the nation. It has become a go-to place for community members of all backgrounds to find support and resources, where both Native residents and allies can go for guidance. All efforts put forth by our AIRC encourage Tulsa County residents to reflect on the past and actively work to a more inclusive future. On Native American Day, during Native American Heritage Month, and all year long.
There goes the first truck.
We're honored to have with us a straight dancer. Straight dance hails right here from Oklahoma. Many of our world champion straight dancers got their start right here in Indian country. This style of dance we are extremely proud of the way they hold themselves as they dance to the sound of the drum. They too tell a story. And the beautiful regalia, patterned after a family trait, a family tradition. So singers, whenever you're ready, a good song for our straight dancer.
Hello, thanks for joining us. Dr. Jason Menting. I'm the Director of Behavioral Health at Indian Healthcare Resource Center and a clinical psychologist. Resiliency is really important to the work that we do in psychology. It is really a core foundational feature which allows folks to be able to respond to situations effectively. You can take two individuals and they can go through the same event, and one person could have a traumatic response to that and another person does not, and really comes down to that level of resiliency that a person has, which is their ability to cope effectively with the situation. It's not just important to the individual going through the experience, but for the community that we're in, it's important to think about family systems and also community more broadly, and things over generations. So folks can have experiences over the course of time and think to themselves, why am I going through this, and be overwhelmed by what's happened. And other folks can say, hey, look I was able to go through this, I've made it this far, I've been able to keep going. And that's really the cornerstone of what we look for with resiliency is that ability to make it through situations and with the minimal amount of negative consequences. So.
All right, next up, we have the partnership created between this year's Native American Day celebration with Tulsa Public Schools Indian Education. They have incorporated TikTok video competition around this year's theme, Rise to Resilience. So now we get to see the submissions submitted for this year's TikTok video competition.
Hello, my name is Aria Eckstein, and resiliency to me means that my culture is passed down to me and my brother. I'm really lucky to help him on his journey to understanding our culture. Happy Native American Day, Tulsa.
Yeah, that way. You want to go that way?
Give us the one that says, look at the bird.
Got his little jig on. Can I go out there and record him?
OCO, I'm Reed Samaru, a Cherokee citizen. My family and tribe traveled 5 states, almost 900 miles to get to Oklahoma by foot and water. After the forced removal, My family and tribe stayed in northeastern Oklahoma. Family and tribe struggled, but they kept their tradition and culture alive. While many of my elders got sent to boarding school, I got to attend school in the Cherokee Nation. Today, my tribe has a strong government. I even have family members that serve as tribal leaders. The tribe continues to value education. Our community and culture is important. As a tribe, we have been successful. That shows we are resilient.
The older generations are beginning to pass away. Eyes that bore witness to the most transformative period in the history of mankind are being laid to rest. For Native Americans, these are the witnesses of the civil rights movements, boarding school initiatives, and not so far removed from the relocation efforts. Saleha Pistubby was born in 1899. At the age of 4, she officially enrolled in the Dawes Roll to make herself, in the eyes of the federal government, a Native American. Her last name, Pistubby, being a combination of two Choctaw words, Pissa meaning to see and Tubby meaning to kill, or Ubby meaning to kill. Her name literally meaning Saleha, to see and to kill. Saleha passed away in 1988. She was my great-grandmother. My grandmother, Belvia Mintz, is pictured here in front of her boarding school, Chilocco Indian Academy. When I look at these two pictures, two things immediately come to my mind. Number one is that I would not be here without these wonderful women. In a very real way, I am living their legacy. And number two is that while you and I can look at their faces and know that they existed, the world will never hear their voice again. I have a little daughter at home and a son on the way, and I can't tell you what it would mean to me for them to be able to hear their stories, not secondhand from me, but from their lips, and see their eyes light up when they talk about what it was like being Native in a world where it's not always a good thing to be Native. And while this story is special and unique to me, it is not unique to our tribe. Scott Wesley, who also works on this project, is pictured here at the age of 1 with his great-grandfather Bennett Wesley and his grandfather Otis, who have both passed away. It is often said that every time an elder dies, a library burns with them. It seems like every single week we hear about another tribal elder, a first speaker who has passed away, and with them all the knowledge that life's experience had taught them. So why do we do this project? Number one is so that we can look back. If you do not know your history, then you are doomed to repeat it. And as many of you know, when you look at the history of Native Americans here in America, it's not always a joyful thing. It's not always a positive thing. But there are happy moments. There are amazing moments that we can capture. I don't know how many of you know, but Choctaws were actually the original code talkers in World War I. And in 1917, when they were called to fight alongside the Allied forces, they were not even citizens of the United States. Tobias Frazier was one of these code talkers. And we had the opportunity to sit down with his daughter, Ruth Frazier McMillan, and visit with her about him. And I want to play that clip for you.
The reason that I knew that Papa had been to war was because he had a wound. He was wounded, and he had a big wound on his leg. And I'd say, Papa, does that hurt? Did that hurt? He said, I hurt worse playing football. That's what he'd always tell me. It didn't hurt. Like, no, didn't hurt. And I said, well, what did you think leaving down here? It was such a small little place. It was way in the boondocks down there, you know. And he took a train all the way to the East Coast, and he said, it was just the wonder of big eyes and looking at things that he had never seen before. That was the thing. I didn't ask him if he got seasick, because his daughter gets seasick, and I just wondered if he did. I wish I would ask him. And he said that he talked about the French people when he got there, how wonderful they received him. They were curious about his hair. They thought it was going to be curly, and they wanted to touch his hair, and he had to take his cap off and let them see it straight, straight. And but he said the people were just wonderful, but France was being badly beaten at that time, and so they were really happy to have somebody coming to help.
Sadly, Ruth passed away 2 years ago. And I would like to dedicate this project and this speech in her memory and in her honor. You know, as I look at that film and I remember sitting there with her that day, I can't tell you how glad I am to know that 500 years from now, our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren will be able to hear her voice and see her eyes light up when she talks about this hero to our people, but to her, it was just her papa. Second reason that we do this is so that we can look forward. If we fail to pass on this generational knowledge, we do a great injustice not only to our tribe, but we do a disservice to our children and grandchildren. I recently had an opportunity to sit down with a young Choctaw in Oklahoma named Brenner Billy, who recently had a son of his own. His son's middle name is Ahina, which in Choctaw means a guardian or someone who sits beside you, almost like a big brother. And he's so appropriately named because the Billy family has long been a guardian of our culture. They have passed down our songs and our chants and our dances in the way that they were taught. And I asked Brenner, if you could pass on one piece of advice to your son that will live on forever, what would that advice be? And I want to play that for you.
Never stop learning. I mean, anything that we do as Choctaws, we never stop learning. And to be successful or to be more knowledgeable, we have to keep learning. And whenever we keep learning from not just our family, but from other families too, because we have our sense of knowledge, but we also can venture out and where some of the things can relate to us. And I would say never to stop learning. Always remember, always exercise your heritage. And that's probably one of the most things that gives us our identity. It makes me Choctaw as much as looking Choctaw, I guess. Instead of having regalia on, I can as much Choctaw as I am without it. And it's something that I can't take off. It's something that's, it's me. And I would give, my son the advice of saying never stray away from your culture. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be what keeps you, you, and keeps you and your people Choctaw. And that's something, no one can take from you.
It is often said that Native Americans are not linear thinkers, that we think in terms of circles. We take a more holistic approach to life and everything that we do. And the beauty of a circle is that while you can look behind you and you can look in front of you, you can also look to your side, to the people next to you. The Civil Rights Movement was a period in history when people stopped looking just inside their circle and started looking to other circles, other races. Martin Luther King Jr. Was a champion for the African American race during this time. but he was also a voice for Native Americans. And when you think of the civil rights movement, I know the first thing that comes to my mind is a struggle for race, equality, but truly it is more than that. It's a fight for human rights. It's a fight for human dignity. And I think that's something that we can all get behind. I recently had an opportunity to sit down with Olin Williams, who during the time of Martin Luther King Jr. Was a young Choctaw living on the reservation in Mississippi. And he shared a story about hearing Martin Luther King Jr. for the first time.
Well, at the time, when I was growing up, there was a lot of racial tension, especially in the South. And as a little boy, I didn't understand anything that was happening with my life. I just felt the effects from the social concerns at that time period. And I didn't have a role model. I didn't have anybody that I could look up to that may have a doorway to my questions, something that I could look to. And at that time, the technology wasn't as high as it is today, so only access we had was the radio. And we heard this man speaking, and he was speaking about injustice, and that kind of hit me, because that seemed to be what we were facing, and we were not prepared. We didn't know how to handle it. And so I listened to him, and he made sense. And I felt like he was somebody that I could relate with, somebody that could help me understand even a little bit about the social struggle at that time. So I had to make a decision. I understood that he was not a Choctaw, and yet the principal thing that he was bringing was common to Choctaws too. And so I learned early that the struggle was not the outside, but it was within man, and that's what he was talking about. And so with my childish understanding, I began to relate, I began to be educated by what he was saying. And so I think he made a big impact on my thinking process.
Choctaws are not the only group of people with stories. These are the stories that are so important to us as individuals and to us as a tribe. But you have stories. Your family has stories. You come from a tribe somewhere. You come from a people somewhere. And as I look out through the audience, and I've had an opportunity to visit with many of you today, there are so many races represented here today. There are so many backgrounds represented here today. And so I want to encourage you to explore your story. Don't be wishing 20 years from now, 30 years from now, that you had sat down with your parents, with your great-grandparents, and could go back and look at their faces and hear their voices, and you can pass that on to your children. All lives matter. All human lives matter, because all lives have stories. I want to urge you to explore your story, and most importantly, to share that with the world around you. Thank you.
Here in the Cherokee Nation, fall brings cooler temperatures and a hint of excitement, as it's the season that brings us a mushroom called wishy, a coveted delicacy amongst our people.
Wishy. Wishy is a type of mushroom. In English, some people call it a hen of the woods, or a sheep's head. In Japanese, it's a maitake mushroom. Its Latin name is Grifola frondosa. Fancy. Wishy is its Cherokee name. And here in the Cherokee Nation, wishy is not just a delicacy, it's part of a cherished foraging tradition passed on by our elders.
Theo! How are ya?
To learn the proper way to forage for and cook wishy, we knew exactly who to learn from, Loretta Shade. Osio.
Osio.
How are you?
Fine, and you?
Good.
That's
good.
good.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you. And this is Katie,
Katie?
my granddaughter.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Loretta Shade is not only a grandmother, she's a Cherokee national treasure, a first-language Cherokee speaker, an educator, and a culture keeper. You guys ready to look for some mushrooms?
Sure.
All right. First things first, let's forage.
We're going south of here, down by the creek. That's where we usually find them. This is the fall or the season for wishy.
What kind of tree is that?
That's a
That's
white oak tree.
White oak
tree.
You know, you can see there's several white oak trees here, but you know, not everyone will have a mushroom, and it's just kind of a secluded to, you know, one every now and then. The ones that find the mushrooms it's kind of secretive whenever you find one because you hold it personal and you don't dare tell anybody about it.
It's probably in a dark spot, and where the leaves are real moist. That's how they grow.
It's like a treasure hunt.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a real treasure hunt. There's one right there, Katie. She's learned how to clean around it, make sure she doesn't cut the root off. If you don't cut the root off of it, it'll grow back again next season. She's very careful. The wool is mushroom in Cherokee, and it was named years ago by the elders. Wish. I don't know if it's because you always wish for mushrooms or, but that's what has been called whenever asked any questions. It said, go wish, go hunt wishy. That was in Cherokee. And we just follow along, and they'd show us where they were and how to pick them or how to cut them. And that's how we learned through the years we learned from our elders, whatever traditions that we know or customs was taught by our elders. This is just one of the ways that we've been taught. This is the little one compared to what we have found.
How big do they get?
They get big, maybe sometimes this big.
Wow.
When my husband was living, one year he had a really good find. He had 13 in the back of the truck. They were all that size.
Wow.
So that was really, everybody in the community had wishy that time. Okay, this one had a stick in it. I just took it out. When Larry was here, he's put a stick in it so it'll grow. And what you do is tell it to grow whenever you get ready to leave. You say, "Igedol, atasai, igena hotlai." I'll come back and get you. And you're asking it to grow, so you think and ask with everything that you hunt and find in the Cherokee way. There's a small one here, and what we're going to do is tell it to grow, and we'll be back and visit it later. So Larry's going to put a stick in it.
Now that we have foraged our wishy, it's time to clean them.
So this is how you clean mushroom. You make sure there's not any leaves, roots, bugs. And this is the most time-consuming of mushrooms.
So is there a certain size you want them to be?
Nope.
Just bite size?
Just bite size, because you're gonna wash them several times.
Looks like our wishy enjoyed their bath. Look how clean they are. Ooh. And now it's time to cook them.
You make sure they're thoroughly floured, so you can get them either crispy or you can get them soft, chewable consistency. Salt and pepper them down really good. About whatever you think, that side is crispy. You You turn them over or stir them up. Oops.
And now, the moment we've all been waiting for.
Okay, let's have the food bless. We always have food blessing before we eat. Idag glömde jag elitiskt hig. Ni kanske ni ska dansa eller is deskine och gigi står till helig. Deskiaten ni ses du ju till delgesa. Tohigesa. Vadå? Amen.
Time to eat our wishi.
Jennifer, take a bite.
All right. I'm excited. That's delicious.
They are good.
They're cooked perfectly.
So there you have it, the Cherokee hunt for wishi and full, happy bellies. Donadago ha'i.
Always an audience favorite at powwows all across Indian country, the fancy dance. One of the most athletic and competitive dance categories across Indian country. These gentlemen compete in the arena and they bring honor to themselves, to their family, and to one another. The style of dance is very athletic, endurance, and one that takes many, many, many years of practice. Singers, whenever you're ready, a song for our champion fancy dancer.
As a cultural biologist for the Cherokee Nation, Feather Smith Trevino preserves some of our tribe's most sacred and important plants. She hopes the work she's doing now will plant the seeds of hope for future generations.
We kind of talk about the fact that our culture and our plants almost go hand in hand. And if we don't have any of these native plants that we were using for foods, for medicines, and for crafts, what really are we? We only have, we're sure, a handful of what we were actually growing. So doing this, we just want to be able to help with the preservation of those seeds, make sure that they're always going to be here, and make sure that a piece of Cherokee culture is always going to be here with them. I'm Feather Smith Trevino. I'm the cultural biologist for Cherokee Nation. And so as the cultural biologist, my primary jobs are to help take care of the Cherokee Nation seed bank and take care of the Cherokee Nation heirloom garden and native plant site. The native plant site, when we talk about that, it's really referring to the plants that were either native to Oklahoma or are native to the Southeast. When we talk about our heirloom gardens, we're talking about our crops. So we're talking about the corn, the beans, squash, gourds, things that were specifically grown in the garden setting that we had to grow, that we had to cultivate. When we start looking back traditionally at Cherokee women's roles within the tribe, this is what the women were doing. You know, women were out there every day. They were taking care of those crops. They were the ones planting, they were harvesting. The men helped, but this was really where the women dominated. Cherokees as a people, we were a stationary tribe because we were an agricultural tribe. So our growing of our plants and the growing of our gardens, it dictated everything in our lives. And that's even when you start looking at our ceremonies, our important holidays throughout the year, they all kind of center around planting. Having the women in charge of that role really just shows how important women were in our culture. So it brings a sense of pride being out here. For the things that we know that were really important to us that do grow here, so many of those are becoming rare that sometimes this kind of gives us an opportunity to perhaps grow a few of these plants. Occasionally we can take these plants and get root clippings and things of them, and then we are able to give that back to the community and offer it through the seed bank. So we have the Cherokee White Eagle corn here. And the White Eagle corn is one of our oldest, more unique varieties of corn. It's something that was really specifically cultivated by us. So this is the basket gourd seeds. We did not eat the gourds that we grow. These would have all been for decorational use or for utilitarian use. But they have been in North America for so long, pre-European contact, that nobody's really quite sure how they ended up here. So this is another seed that we've had for a long time. So this is the Cherokee yellow flower corn. This is actually one of 3 different varieties of flower corns that we grow. So we've got the Cherokee colored flower, the white flower, and the yellow flower. And actually I think probably the colored flowers are more popular of the 3, but they're all really good for, best ground into something like cornmeal. So they're all really good corns to eat, but they're more starchy than something like a sweet corn would be. So it really is something that needs to be prepared. Everything that we're showing here today is stuff that we would be distributing through the seed bank. So these are seeds that we will package up and then we'll actually mail out to our citizens. And this is our jola, our native tobacco. The tobacco that we grow is not smoking tobacco. This is about 9 to 10 times stronger than smoking tobacco in nicotine content. It's meant for ceremonial purposes. It's meant to be used as a medicine type tobacco. We have plants that a lot of our elders have had conversations about, saying, I can remember going out and I can remember gathering this plant with my grandparents when I was a child, but I can't find it anymore. And they kind of think it's just a matter of it's becoming rare or they're misidentifying. But when we actually get out and we get to doing the research, none of the books or anything say to expect it here, and we can't find it here. The Medicine Keepers was a group that was sort of started as a way of getting a group of our elders together who spoke the language and who could remember the plants. So it was just a way to make sure that some of that knowledge wasn't lost. Pat Gwynn and Clint Carroll were really the ones who sort of got that started.
Yeah, and the Medicine Keepers, as first language speakers, getting up in years, they were having a hard time finding the plants that made them Cherokee, that they needed, every day. So they would come to me and they'd say, Pat, we've got this plant that we need, and it's called this in Cherokee. Don't know what the English name is. They say, we used to use this for this, and now nobody does this, and I'm too old to go get it. I'm too old to do this. So I try to, put the puzzle together, and they would tell me what the area would look like, where it would grow and stuff. So I would go and look at that, and then that became, once a month, once a week. Now it's all the time.
Up here, we're actually looking for a plant that one of our elders has been asking Pat about for quite a time that he uses for medicine, and we've had a tough time finding it anywhere else. And so Pat's been doing a lot of research on it. He's gone back through some research and has managed to find that this was one of the most recent areas where it had last been spotted.
We've been searching for this for almost 10 years, looking through old Oklahoma University biosurvey records. There were 2 or 3 records in the Cherokee Nation back from pre-Dust Bowl and during the Dust Bowl. Nothing since then. And then this is actually the latest record.
Everything is sort of interconnected with Cherokees. Part of what is so important for us, as we've already stated, you can't be Cherokee without our language. We can't be Cherokee without our plants. We can't be Cherokee without our medicine. It was really important for us to preserve these not only for Cherokee people, it was important to have these for our next generations and for the current generation. It has sort of helped people to realize, once again, that we are here and that we are still growing these things. Just being specifically in this position, it's an excitement of that I'm always learning. I'm learning a lot about my culture, I'm learning a lot about these plant uses. So there's so much that I've just learned in the few years that I've been here, and it seems like it's just constant incoming knowledge. Personally, being Cherokee it's everything. I don't think a lot of times that we tend to realize, and I don't think growing up that I always realized how ingrained my personality and so much of how I think and who I am really came from being Cherokee. Anything that I even do day to day, I get to realizing that this really kind of comes back from those old cultures, those old traditions. This is part of being Cherokee.
You guys walked right past the plums. Holy crap, these are good.
OCO. My name is Katie Pinlan. Today we're at the Cherokee National History Museum in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're going to be making a Cherokee clay medallion. Thank you for making Cherokee clay medallions with us. If you do not have clay at home that you can use, this could be made out of cardboard, it could be made out of construction paper, or anything that you have at home that you could use. As far as the string, this is artificial sinew. You could use yarn, just whatever you have available. So please don't let the supplies stop you from making the craft. This clay medallion features our Cherokee water spider. If you'd like to learn more about the Cherokee water spider, please click on this link.
Hello, my name is Katie Pinlan. Today we're at the Slane Courthouse Museum in Rose, Oklahoma. We are making gourd necklaces using the Cherokee syllabary. Today I used the word Yona for bear. If you would like to find your own Cherokee word, you can go to language.cherokee.org. Wado, if you enjoyed this video, please click here for other Cherokee crafts at home.
At this time, we are proud to present to you a short film entitled Nanyahe, the story of Nancy Ward. This was filmed, produced, and shot here in Oklahoma back in 2018. by David Webb, and we are proud to say that a Greater Tulsa Area Indian Affairs Commissioner, longtime Commissioner, Miss Winnie Guest Perdue, stars in this short film. So at this time, please enjoy this presentation of Nanyehay, the story of Nancy Ward.
At first, the earth was flat and very soft and wet. The animals were anxious to get down, so they sent out different birds to see if it was yet dry. But they could find no place to alight, so they returned again to Galulati. Then they could tell it was time, so they sent out the buzzard to go and make ready for them. This was the great buzzard, the father of all the buzzards we see now. He flew all over the earth, low near the ground, and it was soft. When he reached Cherokee country, he was very tired, and his wings began to flap and strike the ground.
So what is this you're preparing for us?
Corn and squash stew.
Oh, I bet it'll be just fine, but what we need is some meat for our growing family.
We'll do just fine with corn and squash.
I'll get a hunting party together tomorrow, and I'll get the biggest buck so our daughter can grow big and strong, just like her mother.
I miss you when you're gone so long on your hunting trips. I miss you. I miss you.
I miss you.
Mother? Mother?
KT.
CO, Mother. It is good to see you.
5 Killer.
Ah, honey, Mother. Why don't you come sit down?
Who is this little one?
Her mother died of the white man's disease, and her father was killed in battle.
You cannot take in every orphan child.
I will do what I can for as long as I can.
Mother, are you feeling well today?
I am missing home today. I miss Chota.
I miss it too.
I need to speak with you, 5 Killer.
Of course.
I will take the children in the house for some lunch.
What-o? I want to go with you to the Amave Council.
The road is long and difficult. I am afraid it'd be too hard for you.
It is important that I go. I need to speak with the chiefs about the Americans' new demands.
Yes, they've asked for more of our lands. They'd be happy to drive us out completely.
That is why I must go. But I am still considering what I will say.
I see I'm unable to change your mind. As Uncle Atakula Kula has said, Cherokee women have always done and will always do what they want.
What did she say?
She wants to travel with me, meet with the chiefs.
But it is so far. Where is she?
If she is missing, it's because she wants to be. Remember, as a child, she was called Wild Rose because there was no telling where she'd wind up.
Wild rose, wild rose, wild rose, wild rose.
Uncle, please tell us a story about your trip to England.
Yes, Father. Tell us about the great ships and mighty armies.
I want to hear about the king and all that happened at the royal court.
Skigi, Stigwoos, again?
Please, please. Please?
Awa, the Guntnosela, I will tell you. When I was a young man, I sailed across the great waters. I saw all kinds of people. They lived together as families.
You were always a curious little thing. You followed your Uncle Atakula everywhere, asking him all kinds of questions.
Mother, it is good to see you. He was a great peace chief, and like a father to me.
And you were as a daughter to him. He was proud of your wisdom even as a child. We believed that you and your cousin Dragon Canoe would both grow to be great leaders for our people.
I have tried.
You have done what you were destined to do.
That was the day I lost my husband.
That was the day you led our people to victory. Our Cherokee warriors were inspired when they saw you running to battle so fearlessly. It turned the tide of the battle and ended a 40-year war with the Creeks. How many lives were saved because of your bravery?
I take no pleasure in the lives that I ended that day, nor victory in the eyes of the orphan children left behind, or for the grieving widows like myself.
Your bravery in battle brought you great honor among our people.
Dragon Canoe, for your bravery in taking the most scalps at the Battle of Taloa, you will be named Great Warrior. You will join me and the other chiefs on the War Council. I present this tomahawk to you. May you be strong and courageous, like the wolf.
Nanyehi, for your bravery against the Creek, you have earned the title Dantnawa, Agehia, Aniyawiya, War Woman of the Cherokee. You will lead the Women's Council and decide what to do with our captives. Kill them, enslave them, release them, or adopt them into our tribe.
Thank you for this great honor. I have been thinking deeply about what should be done with the Creeks who were captured in battle. Some women who have lost loved ones want to burn the Creeks at the stake.
Show the Creeks the same mercy they showed my son and your husband, Kingfisher.
Show them the same strength as when you led us to victory.
If we kill the captives, there will only be more blood to be avenged. I have made my decision. We will adopt the Creeks into our tribe.
I was angry when you spared the Creek captives. I did not understand. Over the years, I have heard your cries for peace, and I have seen the wisdom in it.
As more whites encroached upon our land, you befriended them. You brought them food and taught them how to grow corn and grow other vegetables. I heard your cry for peace. Others were not as welcoming.
In the past, we have left tombs of our ancestors behind. Whole Indian nations have melted away like snowballs in the sun before the white man's advance. Where are the Delaware? They've been reduced to a mere shadow of their former greatness. We had hoped that the white man would not travel beyond the mountain, but now that hope is gone. They have passed the mountain and settled in the land of the once formidable Cherokee. There was no more game left between the Watauga and the Cumberland. There was a cloud hanging over it, and you will find its settlements to be dark and bloody. Who will take up this fight with me? Now is the time to drive the whites off our lands.
Nanyehi, you have worked tirelessly promoting peace between the Cherokees and all others. I give you the title, Jikeyu, beloved woman, the highest honor for a woman of our tribe. This swan's wing is a symbol of your authority. Nihi Jikelige Seesti. This is yours and only yours. Carry it in peace.
I know what I must do.
Nancy, what are you doing?
Dragon Canoe is planning on attacking the over mountain settlements. You must take the women and children to safety.
What about you? You could get killed for this.
Do not worry about me. Go!
I heard your cry for peace, Nanyehi. Or should I address you by your white name, Nancy Ward?
I am Cherokee, like you.
13 Cherokee warriors lost their lives because of your warning.
Those settlements were mostly women and children. I begged you not to attack, but you would not listen.
The militias were lying in wait for us. We were forced to retreat in humiliation. Not even one white scalp to show for the battle. We had but one trophy, but you took that from us as well. You saved Lydia Bean's life.
She was a woman and my friend.
Your friend? The white man has never been our friend. All they do is take until there was nothing left.
When will there be peace?
When the white man is driven off our land. Peace is the result of war.
Peace is the absence of war. While you were out attacking, Chota was destroyed. Our home, cousin. You terrorized the colonists and they retaliated. Our homes and crops were burned. Those who were not killed were left homeless and hungry.
That was not my doing, cousin. They were always going to come. It was just a matter of time.
Has it all been for nothing? What will become of us? Why does the white man still want more?
I have heard your cry for peace, even as the white man deceived us, used us, slaughtered us, destroyed our culture, and took our land. You stood before them at their own meetings and spoke of peace with honor. They had never before seen a woman do this. They were moved by your words, as were all who have heard.
I have come here today to speak for the thousands of voices who will never be heard. Why? Because they have been victims of the cruel hands of war. Are we that much different from each other? Do we not all want the same thing? A good life for our children and their children. You Americans look down at women as though we are nothing, but we are your mothers. You are our sons. Our cry is all for peace. Let it continue. This peace must last forever. Let your women's sons be ours. Our sons be yours. Let your women hear our words.
Beautiful wild rose, I am proud of you and all that you have done.
Mother!
Katie, promise me that you will care for the children when I am gone.
I will do all I can for as long as I can.
Take this and read it for the chiefs and warriors at the Omave Council.
But Mother, you've always...
I want you to take my walking stick so that all will know that these words are mine. Katie, please hand me my swan's wing. I would like to hold it one last time.
Mother, are you sure this is what you want to say?
I have always been willing to share our land, but not give it away. I do not want our children and our grandchildren to be forced off the land of our ancestors. We have given the Americans enough. They should not ask for more.
The Cherokee women have thought it was their duty as mothers to address
the
their
beloved chiefs and warriors. We have raised all of you on the land we now have, which God gave us to inhabit. We do not wish to go to an unknown country. Your mothers, your sisters, ask and beg of you not to part with any more of our lands. Keep it for our growing children, for it was the good will of the Creator to place us here. Keep your hands off paper talks. Warriors, take pity and listen to the talk of your sisters. I have a great many grandchildren, and I wish them to do well on our land.
Where's grandmother gone?
Back home to her beloved Chota.
Mother did not live to see what is now called the Trail of Tears. More than 4,000 of our people died on this cruel and inhumane march west. There was nothing we could have done or not done to stop the flood of settlers and the lust for our land. Mother risked her own life for the well-being of our people. She was a beacon of light in our darkest of days. Her cry for peace echoes through our minds. She was our Jigeyu, beloved woman of the Cherokee. Mother, I have heard your cry for peace. Our children and our children's children will know your story.
Let there be peace. Let there be love. Let life fly free as the morning dove. Let every heart hear this song I sing. Let there be love. Let there be peace. Let there be love. Let there be peace.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma has a long history of partnering with Oklahoma's tribal nations, and over the past several years, the company has focused on building relationships that propel improvements to the overall health and well-being of American Indians, while also remaining the insurance provider of choice for Oklahoma's tribal nations.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Oklahoma is a leader in this area by focusing on relationships that are respectful of tribal culture as well as the sovereign status of tribal nations. Together, we're able to work on innovative practices as well as community affairs that recognize the unique needs of this population. As an American Indian and an employee of Blue Cross Blue Shield, this makes me extremely proud.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield works side by side with Oklahoma organizations focused on improving health status and quality of life for American Indians.
I'd like to thank Blue Cross and Blue Shield for being a partner of ours. It's been a pleasure working with you, but like I said, just from becoming a partner, it's just really been able to help us, again, expand the quality of programs we're able to offer to the kids.
Through a partnership between the Oklahoma Caring Foundation and the Choctaw Nation, children and adults have been given life-saving immunizations in southeast Oklahoma.
Relationships with our tribal communities are part of our company's mission to provide access to health care for all Oklahomans. I help lead a group of employees through the Native Americans in Progress Business Resource Group who are interested in tribal culture and projects. Many of us are American Indian, and we have a particular interest in serving tribal communities. We work with and support a number of different organizations like the National Congress of American Indians, Indian Health Service, Indian Healthcare Resource Center of Tulsa, the Oklahoma City Indian Clinic, to help provide outreach and health education. Different things like our employee art contest and the interior decor of our Tulsa headquarters are all influenced by Oklahoma's tribal history. It helps bring the importance of American Indian culture to the forefront of our company in a very unique way. I believe these efforts make us stronger as a company and more in tune with the communities that we serve in Oklahoma.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma is proud to insure thousands of American Indians, as well as providing coverage to many of the state's tribal governments and enterprises.
We work and live where our tribal communities and our members are. Community is everything, and we do our part to make sure that our neighbors and friends have the opportunities they need to improve their health and thrive in our great state.
Next, we'd like to highlight our little boy's fancy dance. This young man represents our future of where we are going and also of where we have been. We uplift our children each and every day, and it brings us as parents and grandparents great joy and honor to see our little boys and girls dance in the arena, proudly wearing their regalia. So this young man uplifts our spirits today. Singers, if you would please, honor this little fancy dancer with an appropriate song.